Everybody nice and warm and toasty in here? Okay. If this meeting gets too long, the staff is instructed to lower the temperature so nobody wants to stay. Okay. Well, thank you for joining us today. This is a City of Hardeeville City Council workshop at 205 Main Street, Hardeeville, South Carolina, 29927. This is December 15th at 10 p.m. This is a workshop, 10 a.m. I thought I had enough. I thought I had enough coffee. I guess I didn't. But at any rate, this is a workshop. Our rules of order are relaxed in that anybody can speak on the dais here. Just please be mindful to make sure the previous speaker has yielded the floor before you start. And when we get to public session, I will be calling for a slight change in the rules, but that will require a council vote, and it'll be up to the council to decide. They're aware that I will be asking and calling for that vote. So having said all that, we are now going to turn it over to the city manager, Mr. Gruber. Please take it away.
Thank you, Mayor. The first item on the agenda today is consideration of an initial master plan for the project known as the Townhomes and Cottages at East Argent Parkway. I've asked staff to prepare some information both on the procedural history of this matter as well as some factual information about the initial master plan that's being sought. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Katie to have her dive into her presentation.
All right, so this is an initial master plan. The East Argent Plan Development District was originally approved in 2005. It was then again amended in 2017, and the density that is being requested is part of that overall density for East Argent development. The parcel is located, it's kind of surrounded by that red border there, across from Sun City and adjacent to Riverton Point. We did get some drone footage for you that does show, this is, I don't know where just the laser went, but this is East Argent Parkway, and then you have Riverton in the background there. You can see that there are row pines, and that is pretty much the whole parcel is row pines there. So there are a few views for you. This is the proposed master plan layout. It does show a pathway along East Argent Parkway, and then some amenity spaces throughout. I don't know why it's doing this. 28.91 acres is total acreage for the site. The request is for 151 units. 11 of the buildings are two-story buildings and 20 are three-story buildings. It does connect to East Argent Parkway, and again, it includes that 8-foot multi-use path along East Argent Parkway, as well as 5-foot proposed internal sidewalks throughout the development. And this is the open
Could you
space.
go back, Katie, a little too fast there?
Okay, sorry about that. Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So again, this is the open space plan. I have it in here a few times throughout this presentation, just so that you can familiarize yourself with it. So there is a 25-foot buffer, preserved buffer, which is undisturbed, proposed along the the side of the property adjacent to Riverton, and then you do have this amenity space right here, as well as again over here by this lagoon and in the center of the property. 50-foot proposed minimum buffer along East Argent Parkway, and again that 25-foot undisturbed buffer adjacent to Riverton Point. The land use element and the natural resources element of the comprehensive plan do recommend that open space be a component of every development. This development is proposing 48% total open space along with 11.55% active open space. There are, in the original plan, there are a total of 29 guest spaces shown for parking, as well as the sites will each have their driveways and garages. There has been an update since that original proposal, but I will get to that in just a minute. So those guest spaces were originally approved here and here by the amenities. We did request that additional guest spaces be added for this amenity site here. So they went to.
Katie,
Yes.
could you please go back? You mentioned there's a 11.55% active open spaces. Could you point those out, please?
Yeah, so the active open space will be, sorry, in like this amenity space, you have another amenity space here. You have the amenity over here by the lagoon. You also have this multi-use pathway here, which is active open space. And there is a breakdown of the acreage. It is 1.62 acres. And Rusty Windsor is the engineer, and he can talk through those a little bit more in detail for you if you'd like when he does his portion of the presentation. So they went to Planning Commission and got a recommendation to City Council, and now they are here in front of you for a workshop. They did go to 2 Planning Commission meetings. So the original Planning Commission meeting, Planning Commission asked for additional information. They came back and they got a recommendation to proceed to a City Council workshop. If you do choose to move forward, there will be a City Council first and second reading, so 2 more opportunities for public input, as well as the Staff Review Committee will ultimately have to review a site development permit, so there's some permitting ahead of them. Planning Commission recommended approval of this initial master plan with the following conditions. The additional guest parking be provided in the form of, they requested specifically 8 spaces to make the other kind of on the southern portion of the property amenity area more accessible. Also include understory buffer in addition to the preserve buffer, and they asked that road improvements be completed prior to vertical construction. Following the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant did go back and amended the proposed initial master plan and did add the 8 spaces that Planning Commission requested along this amenity area. We have also gone back and looked at the farmhouse approved initial master plan, because that is just to the north of this along East Argent Parkway. And there was a 25-foot preserved buffer with this development. And on the next slide, I can show you, so this wetland area from the farmhouse is continued on the other side here as part of this townhome initial master plan. So I have those 2 exhibits for you as well. And at this time, if Rusty, do you want to add anything?
Hey, Katie, before you leave the podium, I just refresh my memory. I was present for the Planning Commission meeting. Didn't the first vote on this fail, and they had to re-vote for it?
They made a motion, but there was no second. So yes, correct. There was a motion made, there was no second. So then another motion was made with that recommendation.
Was there any reason given at that time?
I believe it was concerns over the traffic in the area, which is why they added that third recommendation that no vertical construction take place until road improvements were completed.
Do we have what those road improvements are?
They didn't get into specifics on that.
So it's just words.
It was just, yeah, concerns about the state of Argent Boulevard and the traffic in that general area without the East Argent Parkway being completed. But that parkway is going to be completed, and we anticipate it opening within the next 6 or so months. So
Yeah, based on the questions from Planning Commission, good morning, sorry. It was about the East Argent Parkway. It was definitely about the East Argent Parkway and completion time and
Any
improvements.
specific part of East Argent?
Just to make sure it was completed and
All right.
approved.
Okay, thank you.
That's phase 6 of East
Yes.
Argent Parkway.
Phase
That way
6 of
we all
East
know
Argent
kind of what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you.
Morning, I'm Rusty Windsor with Kimley Horn on behalf of McGuinn Homes. Here to just give you a little bit more of an update on the site plan and everything.
Rusty, you went past real fast. You're representing who?
McGuinn Homes,
McWin?
correct. So let me see if I can exit out of this. And it's not. Oh, there it is, okay. Katie's trying to help me out.
This tab right here has everything.
Perfect. So let's look at this master plan and walk you through the master plan. And
Rusty, if you don't mind, would you please start by telling us about McGinn Homes, who they are, where they're from, what they
yes,
do?
so they would,
You go ahead. I'm just
so
gonna
they
try
would,
to get these
they're actually having their corporate retreat today and tomorrow, and so they weren't able to be here today. But they are a local home builder that started in Columbia and then kind of grew to Greenville and Spartanburg, and they have a large presence up there. I think they did somewhere around 1,000 homes last year in those 3 markets, all totaled. And so they're working to move to and start one in this area. They're currently over across the river in Rice Hope in Port Wentworth. In that market, they're building out over there, building homes there. And this I believe will be one of their first projects from start to finish in this market. They've done a couple places. Rice Hope is one of the cases where there were lots available, and so they purchased the lots from a developer and are building the homes from there. And so, yes, sir.
So this is their first project here, and how long have they been in existence?
That's a great question that I don't know the answer to, and I don't want to tell you the wrong thing.
Okay. And is there any other financial backing part of that company besides, or they're just privately owned?
They're privately owned, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
And Mayor, just, on their website, they indicate that they've been in the home building business for the last 40 years.
Good. That was,
Good thing, government
okay. Google knows everything.
Should have just went there and
Okay.
did a little research. Okay.
All right. Thank you. Sorry to
No,
interrupt.
no, it's good questions. And I would love to figure out how to do this thing too, to where it doesn't do that. Is there a way to change this thing up so it's just a pointer? Okay. Yeah.
You want to use the laser pen?
Yeah, let me do it. Well, it won't work.
Oh, that's right, it won't. Yeah.
It'll work on that, correct. Okay. It just won't, if people online won't be able to see what I'm doing. Okay. So, there was mention of, let's start from, I guess, let's start about the buildings first, and then we'll work in from there. All right, so the buildings, there was mention that there were 2-story and 3-story buildings on this property. I'm sure y'all are trying to figure out where those are and everything. So what we did with the 2-story buildings is because with the adjacent property, we went with 2-story buildings along all of the perimeter. So all of these here are all 2-story buildings and with access and driveways from the front. And
I didn't do it.
I didn't do it either. And then we have 3-story. Then we have. Let me fall asleep. I'm laughing at everybody. All right, so then we have 3-story buildings on the interior, and these with the exterior, they will have garages in the front and driveways in the front. And then what we wanted to do was limit those number of driveways that you would see from all of the main drives. So in the areas see here, these 3 stories are back to back, and then there's an alley in the rear with an access on the rear and there's a garage in the back of it. And so that way we're trying to step up, the development to the south of us. We all know that's Riverton Point, and so we're trying to be cognizant of them as we were laying this out. So we would end putting 3-story buildings adjacent to them. And then we also, as far as the view corridor from Riverton Point, we have those buildings from the side, those 3 stories. So you're only looking at the side of the building versus the front of a four complex townhome. So we're just trying to reduce some of those corridors and those views from the size of the house and everything. The next thing is, Katie mentioned, we do have sidewalks throughout the community and around the whole development. And another thing that we tried to maintain through here is that there will be a open space corridor that will carry all the way through the whole development. So this whole development here will have a green space component that goes all the way through, and it'll kind of give you that view corridor through the middle, almost like a park or something. We're not planning to put any sidewalks or anything in there, but that's just gonna be open space, and people could use that as they want to.
Laser's back.
Yay, thank you. Can I give you your laser back?
Yeah, you can't keep it.
Thank you.
Thank you, James.
Thank you. And then, as she mentioned, we have, there were 29 spaces originally shown on here, but we added 8 more of those, so you're at 29, that's 37 total spaces on top of the parking requirements for each individual unit. So those are guest parking as people come in and stay. They're also, we're trying to make it where if somebody wanted to, go with their kids from this building number 10 down to this amenity space, they have places to be able to park, so they don't have to walk, or they can walk either way. The community space that we have shown on here as far as is a pavilion right now, and we had proposed that, if you see in the IMP, there's a number of, like, there'll be space for yard games and stuff like that. We proposed a fire pit there as well. I know there were some concerns during planning commission about that. I think we talked through most of that during planning commission. It felt like that a fire pit was pretty a standard type of amenity for most developments. Most of us have a fire pit in our backyard and everything, and so that we're just wanting to kind of give the people a place to be able to have a place to kind of be together, hang out, and have a space for them. And then we have obviously have our pond, lagoon here, and another small one here in the middle of this space to kind of give you a little bit of a feel and a place to be around. So that's the site plan. And then we have 2 access points on East Argent Parkway. And then as far as our traffic study goes, we are showing that this will have a left-in turn lane. We will build a right lane turn lane. And then this one intersection here, since it's only a right in, right out, we'll have a right turn lane in there as well. Those right turn lanes, based on the traffic study we have today, they're not required. But as we all know, and we just mentioned that East Argent Parkway Phase 6, I think it's supposed to be done sometime in March, let's say March. And we know that some of that traffic is going to be coming this way. So we just want to go ahead and be cognizant of that and prepared and have a turn lane there and try to just, kind of overdo what we would, based on the traffic that's there today, just go overdo what we're planning to do, so make sure we're providing that. So that's the site plan. So let me exit out of this, right to here. And let's talk about the visual impact. Actually, let me go to the buffers next. How do we make that large, Katie? That one and this one? There we go. All right. Okay. So as we mentioned, that there will be a buffer on 25-foot buffer is what we're proposing on this adjacent to Riverton Point, which is similar to what was done at Farmhouse for a portion of it. Then the smallest section based on this plan we have here, adjacent to residence, we have a 57-foot vegetative buffer that's there already. So you're looking at a 57-foot vegetative buffer plus an additional 25 feet. So it's a little over 75 feet of a total buffer that would be there. The one caveat to that is that there is let's see if I can get this working. There is a Buford Jasper sewer easement right here. I don't know if you can see on the screen where I'm showing, but that cannot be planted or anything else. Beaufort Jasper needs that maintained. So if they ever need to get in there and access their manholes or their utilities, they need to be able to access that. And so that will have to remain unvegetated. And then that is actually our access point. As you look at these buildings here, that's where our sewer line is going to be connecting to. So that is the one place where it's a very minimal buffer. And I don't know what we can really do to offset that. Then you hit the other along the golf course. The smallest I see is roughly 38 feet here. So 38 and 25, you're almost a little over 60 feet. And so that's the buffers that we have shown. And then as we talked about on the north side, there will be a planted buffer along this north side with the trail that will be constructed. The ones on the plan east and south, those will be a 25-foot undisturbed buffer. So there won't be any grading, any work done in that area. And then back to the buffers, I talked about this a little bit at the Planning Commission meeting. Per the PDD, there aren't any buffers required. Over the time, we have obviously with multiple different projects talked about buffers and adding a buffer, but just to be 100% clear, based on the PDD and the zoning guidelines we have for this, there are 0 buffers required. And so, but with this, we're proposing to put in that 25-foot undisturbed and put that in writing and approve that as that, and then also the 50-foot planted buffer along Argent Parkway. And the understory, that's something we're going to have to look at when we get closer to the project. It's real difficult right now to see how that is, but I think that was something we would work with the staff on at the time we get ready for the final plan on the understory, because the vegetation that's there, it's hard to tell if it's all planted pines, how much of that will be, how much vegetation will be there, and that visual buffer to kind of create that understory so that that visual buffer will be there. So we'll work with staff at the final plan on that buffer. Then let me exit this and go back to the other one. And it did it again, Katie. There it goes. Nope, that's not, yeah, there, it's loading. Slowly loading. Okay, so this visual impact is 2 different locations on a golf course or along Riverton Point. One is the one on the bottom you see here, which seems like a really long distance thing, is showing from the rear of one of the homes. I'm going to turn around for a second and ask a question. What's the name of the road behind me?
Riverton Point.
The Riverton, is that? It's Riverton Point. Okay. All right. Perfect. So along Riverton Point, here, we're looking at, man, that is 335 feet here to the other side of the golf course. And then the golf course is 208. And then we're proposing a 25-foot buffer on that. This diagram that we have shown over here is a 2-story, which is what we're proposing adjacent to it. But then we also showed a 3-story, just to kind of see that visual of what that would look like. And then as part of the PDD, we're allowed to go up to 50 feet per the current guidelines. And so we're not even close to that. We're just and so then the next one on the top that you see up here, that area is one of the closest homes to the development. And as you can see there, with that 75 feet of buffer with the trees, that there should be a pretty decent visual buffer there as far as everything. But what we don't know right now is that understory. And so how much of that is actually blocking with the existing vegetation and how much of that would be not shown later on.
Have you been there?
I have not been to that location, no, sir.
I suggest you go.
I will. Before the next meeting, I'll go. Okay. All right, so that's that. And then I guess the last thing is we do have a few elevations You know, the only thing about the elevations would be that these are, as far as colors and renderings and that kind of thing, don't pay too much attention to that. Well, that one doesn't have any color. Let's go, let's see if it's this one. There we go. So these are the 2-story units, and what you would see from the front of the building. Like I said, materials and those type of things haven't been decided. This is generally a look at what it would feel like in front of the house. So you have a 1-story, a 1-car garage, and then a parking space in front of that, with a 2-story home on that. And then let's see if I can find the other one. Nope, not that one. There you go. So this is from the rear of those 3-story, where you have a garage, 1-car garage on the bottom, and then you'll go in through the door, and then they'll have a bedroom on the base floor, living space on the 2nd floor, and then bedrooms up on the 3rd floor. With that, I'll open it up for any questions that you might have.
Before I open it up for the council, when did McGuinn close on this property?
They're still in their due diligence process with the seller, so they have not closed on the project yet.
Thank you. Okay, council.
Can I add one more thing? I'm sorry. We've been working with Katie and doing the traffic studies and those type of things since fall of last year. We worked with Katie and Brandon very diligently to kind of work through this site plan. It's changed a lot since we've gone through 3 different renderings of the site plan to get to this place. And then we were at Planning Commission on October 8th, and then back on November 12th, and we're here before you today.
Thank you. It's a lot of hard work, but it is the first time you're in front of us.
Yes, sir, it is.
Okay. So, having said that, thank you very much. And council, any questions?
I have a question for staff. When was the density approved for this project?
With the original East Argent Plan Development District, back in 2005, the density for East Argent PDD was 12,000 and some. In 2017, it got reduced with an amendment to 9,500.
What's that per acre?
Not a math person.
This is the
no.
question. I wasn't here in 5 or 17, but this is
And
what,
it looked at it as the entirety of the entire East Argent parcel, and at that point, it was roughly around 2.7 to 3.2. It was a variation depending on what type of project and where on the thing. This parcel has always been assigned to attached housing or commercial development. It had an assignment of rights that came with it from the very beginning. It was always one of those that's along the parkway. So it always had an assignment of rights. Now, through the development agreements, and Mr. Gerber and Prina could probably help a lot more with this, those, when they enter into a contract with the seller, that's when those assignment of rights are finalized. But this is well within those assignment of rights. And that probably happened right around 2017, because that's when the owner of this portion of East Argent got involved.
okay.
Well,
Mr. Engineer?
can I,
Where-
Steve?
what is this?
I'm sorry. I just want to add to your question, or the answer. In 2017, and Prina's looking at me, this 7,500 acres of the East Argent PDD, right? It is bordered on the west by 1,500 acres of wetlands, 1,330 acres of a conservation easement that was ultimately deeded to the city, leaving approximately of that 7,500 acres, 4,500 acres left. and the density that, or the approved amount of homes was 9,500, going from Riverton Point and that development next to them, all the way over to Hearthstone Lakes and including Hearthstone Lakes, okay? Is that correct, Brenna? So, okay, so I'm sorry to interrupt. I just wanted to make sure your question was answered
I
first.
understand it. What I was getting at is what is the density per acre on this
This tract.
project?
So
Yes,
this tract is five units per acre.
it's 5 units. Okay. All right. My other concern is if you can go back to your, with the distances between the,
The visual impact?
no, the distances between the homes and the wetlands. You need to go back one more.
There.
Yes, those right there. The 46 feet is from the unit to the property line, correct?
Talking about this,
Yes, right there. Use the 46 for the example.
that 46 is from that's the current vegetation that's there today to our property line.
Okay.
Yep.
From the vegetation to the property line.
Correct.
Okay, the depth of that. What's the depth from the home to the vegetation? That's a question.
So let me go to the visual impact. And this one up here, from the home to their property line is 133. And I would have to figure out how to measure that. If I looked at that
I would have to say that's about 27 feet,
from there to there,
if that.
from their backyard.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's a short area. Okay, thank you. That's all I needed.
Anyone else?
I have a couple of questions. So, full disclosure, speaking for myself, I was on the property on Friday,
Okay.
taking a look at everything over here as much as we could walk into the woods and look at stuff. I have a concern about stormwater drainage and where this stormwater is going to go because I believe during Tropical Storm Debbie, there was a huge surge of stormwater that went through those homes and ended up on Riverton Point Boulevard. And some of the pictures, it looked like actually a river was flowing through. So with the increase in impervious surfaces, you increase stormwater. Can you show me where and how you propose to mitigate the stormwater from getting onto the Riverton Point property as well as mitigating the stormwater on this new development as well?
Yes, ma'am. So the issue that comes up with this is that there somewhere, I think it's somewhere in this general facility, there's a ditch that comes up through here, continues onto our property, up over onto our property, and ties back into this wetland here. I think it's honestly like right here at this point there. So I think when Riverton Point was built, it was built and that wetland was there, or that ditch was there, and it was never really any grading or anything was proposed in that. So I think and I wasn't on the property when Debbie happened, but if I were to guess, use my engineering judgment, this area pretty much drains this way today. So all of this drained there, hit that ditch, came right in the back of this property area, and then drained across the property.
But isn't there a very large berm that runs along the majority of this property line right here?
Yep.
Water does not go uphill.
That's correct. There, if you'll look at this location here and this location right here, there are two great inlets there today. I don't think they've been maintained that well over the period of time. And I believe that, I think that the golf course went in and did some work and found those inlets and cleaned a bunch of debris after Debbie. And I think there was one other case where there was some issues of water flowing that way. But yes, if I could go back to the visual impact, it's a larger one, so maybe I can show you everything. And so if you look at, it's very hard to see from here, but these two pipes come across and there's a lagoon on the other side of that berm. And so they actually connect into this lagoon. And all of this water goes back into Riverton Point and flows out to the Great Swamp. And that was the original intent of the stormwater for this, and then we plan to maintain that. What I would propose is my understanding is those in the survey we've got those are just metal grate inlets in there today, and I would propose to go in there and put actual concrete top on it with openings on all four sides. It's something that's a little bit easier to maintain and open that up so it flows better. So I think
Okay.
the issue that you have is that as rains come, that water fills up and that debris gets on top of those grate inlets and it causes clogging.
Okay, and to support what the mayor just said, you need to go back there, take a look, because to me, it's not as simplistic as you're explaining it right now from what I saw on Friday. There is a ditch that runs, I believe it's on your property. And that ditch, when it fills up, it takes a right turn and comes down in between onto Toll property and then runs in between these homes and gets onto Riverton Point Boulevard. So I believe also I saw a kind of sort of like a plastic culvert kind of thing, if you want to call it a culvert, like a drain, big drain kind of thing. So that was on the Toll side, so which tells me the size of that culvert that they put there that means there was a sizable amount of water coming down, and that culvert was to process that amount of water coming with that force down that culvert, because that slopes down into Riverton Point, and then it goes between these two homes. So my worry is, once you start building back there, because of all those impervious surfaces that's going to be there, that water is just going to keep on draining. What are you going to do about that ditch that's on your property?
So that's, I think, to Josh's point, there is and on this visual impact, you can see that there is a berm here and everything. And we would plan to maintain that berm, and that ditch that you're talking about, we're gonna plug that ditch so it doesn't flow that way to Riverton Point. We're gonna fill it up. And it's gonna basically, all of our development will discharge into this wetland here to those pipes. And we're gonna plug that ditch so that water can't flow back towards our property. And it's something we can get into the details and all that.
Right.
We work with staff very heavily on that. I mean, that's something that's stormwater related. It's very, like, there'll be this, the city has engineers that will review our plans and make sure stuff like that doesn't happen.
Okay. So the pond that you're showing, that's from where I'm looking at, it's on the left-hand side of my picture. How deep is that stormwater pond going to be? Because we have to also think about these storms that are coming now. I don't know how old the criteria is that's being used to decide how deep those stormwater ponds are going to be. And I think most of the developments that have been approved in the last couple of months, so I want to say about the last year or so, have gone to the 100-year flood. And
That is a requirement.
and or even higher. Some of them have chosen to go a little bit higher because they want to be good neighbors. How deep is that stormwater pond going to be so we prevent overtopping?
So that's something we'll have to do as we go through the design process, but based on your current ordinances, that we have to have a foot of freeboard above the 100-year. So we have to be able, the 100-year storm's gonna come. We're going to have a 1 foot of freeboard above that for that pond.
Okay.
A 1 foot of freeboard above the 100-year storm event that's created by that. And that to explain stormwater a little bit more, that pond and everything there, you mentioned earlier about adding impervious area and increasing the runoff. That's the purpose of those ponds for this development, is to capture that water. We hold it back and let it release at a slower rate. So that way, as that water comes onto the property, we are increasing the runoff. We're required to hold that back to meet the current flow rate that's coming off that property today with just trees.
Which goes back to my concern of how deep you're going to make the storm ponds in order to make all of what you just said happen. So that's where I'm going at with the depth of the stormwater pond to prevent overtopping, and then then you have all the problems that I just said.
Now, to back that up, excuse me, how deep is it now? I mean, how deep are you planning on it as it?
So the depth of the column of water will be at least 6 feet, and based on our experience from where the water level sits to the top of the bank, will probably be somewhere in that 4 to 5 feet range, to be able to give that water enough room to be able to fill up and then stage out over time.
11
Sorry, Val, I just wanted
No, that's
to dovetail
okay.
on what you were saying.
No, that's okay.
No, and given how many times this question comes up, I think it's a good opportunity to articulate what our current standards are that apply to every development. Because this is a repetitive question. It comes up with every development. And so I'm not sure who wants to take that, but if we could just talk very quickly about pre and post development and what we require to ensure that no future development impacts existing development.
I'm going to ask Rusty to help me with a little bit of this because I am not a stormwater engineer, but we do have great ones that we work with. But basically, to sum it up, we do not allow the post-development numbers to exceed the pre-development numbers. So they have to provide us reports and calculations and maintenance plans and design plans to prove that they're going to be able to handle their additional impervious surface on their property without negatively impacting any adjacent property owners. If they negatively impact an adjacent property, they are in violation of not just the city's ordinance, but the state's ordinance as well.
And the current design standard is to what year storm event?
100.
Okay. And that's a fancy way of saying that statistically speaking, it's a 1 in 5 chance that you would have a storm of that size in terms of the quantity of water that would fall within a specified period of time. So it's not that it happens once every 100 years, it's just the statistical.
It happening every year.
Thank you.
Yeah, very small percentages. And a real basic terminology is basically, you got a wooded site now, and then you put pavement on it. That amount of water that's coming off that wooded site, when we put pavement on it and rooftops and everything else, that water, we cannot release the water off that property any faster than the water is running off of it now with just trees and bushes and grass or whatever else is there.
So which also goes to my point that when you guys eventually build over there, you're going to have a very, very much engineered stormwater drainage system so it does not go onto the Riverton property, because we're not here to decide what Toll Brothers did or did not do. We are here to talk about what you are going to do, because I don't like what Katie said. We should not be sacrificing Riverton Point for what you guys are going to be building in the future. That's your responsibility to make sure nothing is encroaching on what they have now.
And my license is on the hook for that. If that happens, then the state board will come after me for my professional engineering license. It is something we have to look at.
Well, that's, I was gonna, and it was, and
What'd
as,
you say, Mayor?
He said he's going to make sure.
and as much as we have no doubt about that, but again, for the public's benefit, we take every stormwater plan that's received by us and we give it to our own third-party contracted engineer to do a review to make sure that it meets all those standards. So it's, even though we take your word for it, we also verify it independently.
That's correct.
All right, I have a ton more questions. I'm going to just pass it on to the rest of my council so they get an opportunity to ask questions. I got lots more, but I'll stand down.
If I can have one more. Where your stormwater retention pond is that currently Upland Acre?
Correct, it is.
So, realistically, possibility, a lot of everything. We asked another project to re-examine the location of their units to provide more privacy and other things for their surrounding neighbors. Is there any possibility of relocating those 11 or 9 units along the back to more towards the upland acres and use some of what's already an existing berm, which to your, for your stormwater retention pond? Is it a possibility?
Well, I mean, this is, so just understand too, where the wetland line is, that's your lowest point on any property. That's where all the water is going down towards that wetland, and that's where the water is kind of, that wetland is fluctuating over wet times and everything, holding water in it and everything else. So as far as best practices on site, trying to get a point where you're discharging a pond in the best location, it's best to be adjacent to that. Putting the pond in the lowest part of the property is good engineering practice.
It's also economically your best bet too.
That's true too.
But what I'm saying is why couldn't water be in this area here and directed by a pipe straight into the swamp, just like this is here? Water drains downhill. It doesn't really care if it has to really go left or right to get there. It will drain downhill. It could solve some of the issues that we're all facing today by changing the location of some of these. It's a possibility, and I just want to put that out there.
I don't, as far as the site plan goes and everything, I think this is the best option for it and everything. I think trying to put a small lagoon along this edge is going to feel out of place and very small. It's going to feel more like a ditch than something that you can enjoy. And so I think it would be, as far as site plan and pleasing and everything, I think it'd be better to keep that pond larger over on this side and not have something that's got to be maintained and everything behind these homes.
Well, I'm not saying behind the homes. The homes would move. The homes would take the upland acres where the homes are now, possibility to use that for your pond. You would have a street running along here. Your pond would be, say, in here. It just, to me, it looks like it's a possibility. I'm no hydraulic engineer, but, can it be done? Has it been looked at? Is it always a possibility?
Yeah. No, I mean, I think for the most part, we've always looked at a pond being over here on this side.
Okay.
Like I said, just because that's the lowest side. Makes the most, and just be able to, if we did have a pond kind of in this general area and that was the main pond for the development, we would have to pipe it all the way back over here. The size of those pipes get really large. There's a lot of reasons to try to put that right here and allow that to be able to freely discharge out. Also, another thing to think about is, in the worst case scenario, if it's above 100-year storm, something that we have a storm that we haven't really been able to think of or design for, having it adjacent to this wetland and discharging here and having this wetland to be able to stage up into, I feel would be more as a safety factor than having a pond along these properties and the pond bank fail or something like that and have that issue flowing onto them would be just another thought.
Wetland still goes to Riverton.
John, Bo, any questions?
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
One of the things I don't think has come up, and I think it was from Val's, following up on one of Val's questions, about the stormwater runoff. And you mentioned about the grass and the trees and the water running on the impervious surfaces. My question is, that grass and those trees filter that water. What happens to that water since it's not being filtered when it goes into the Great Swamp? That Great Swamp has been pristine for centuries. So what happens to that water that runs off and goes into the Great Swamp?
So the way that the state and everybody requires it is that's the reason that pond has 6 feet of column of water below it. As water comes into that, all that piping and that stormwater will come from our development. I'm holding my hand up like you know what I'm talking about. All of this stormwater and everything will be coming into this pond. and it'll be coming, and as it comes into the pond, it will discharge over here. So as those sediments and everything that come off of a development that come in here, that pond will filter out all of that. And by the time it discharges over here, we have to meet a water quality standard to be able to discharge that into. Similarly, it's the exact same thing that's happening in Hampton Point right now, that's discharging directly into the Great Swamp. They had the same standards and same guidelines, and they're discharging that to it. And this, as I mentioned before, as far as the master stormwater plan for Riverton Point, this water will go through Riverton Point and to the Great Swamp. So that is something we will have to get approved and monitored through the state.
No questions from me.
Thank you.
I have a few. First of all, public disclosure, Val, Steve, and I did go, we public noticed, we did go to the site on Friday. It was public notice because there was a quorum. Having said that, regardless of my other questions that will come, I feel very strongly before this comes for first reading that the owners of the McGuinn come and have a meeting with these residents and look at that site and see the same things that the three of us saw on Friday. So let me go to my questions. The buffer along East Argent Parkway, is that undisturbed tree line?
Along East Argent?
Yeah, on the Argent Parkway.
No, sir. With the trail that needs to be constructed in this area, it's very tough to be able to get that trail in there and graded and make sure we've got the proper stormwater in there to be able to allow that to drain and be dry. So that majority of that will be just disturbed during that construction.
So it's all going to be clear cut up to the highway, and and these homes will be visible from East Argent Parkway.
That's what we're planning, yes, sir.
The sidewalks that you have in here, would you point, where are all the sidewalks?
Katie had it in hers. So let me go back to Katie's. Which one was Katie's? PowerPoint? There you go. So I don't know if you can see those blue dots. Let's see if I can get this thing to go in presentation. There you go. So you can see here, the blue dots are the 5-foot sidewalks, and the red dash line are the 8-foot community path.
We have for several years now, we have asked to have, sidewalks and active open spaces. Not something that we're requiring just of this development. It's something that we've been requiring of every development. And, I often said active open spaces are not the open spaces counted by lagoons, because nobody's going to go swimming with the alligators. You've heard me say that. So I have the 11.55 of active open spaces. If you take out those sidewalks, which are, they're active for skateboarders, but not really for what was intended by the word active open spaces, and you only take what is actually 1.67 acres of those open areas, 1.67 does not come out to 11.55. So you're counting all those sidewalks, 2.4 acres in the active open spaces. That's not the spirit of what we ask for of other developments. The active open spaces were asked so that there could be things put in there by whatever the community decides so that there would be spaces for people to do whatever that community feels like doing. So I, I don't think I object to the usage of counting the sidewalks as active open spaces.
Or lagoon.
Or the lagoon. Well, they're not in there. They count.
The sidewalks, I definitely think I would maybe bend one way or the other on the sidewalks through the community. Although if those sidewalks weren't there, they wouldn't be able to walk and enjoy without having to get in the street. So I do think they are part of it active. I think all of us use sidewalks to go for a walk and just take a walk. So that's why we felt like that sidewalks would be active. It's not just a part of the community that's just there to put other things in front of the house. It's there for somebody to be able to use. The trail, the community trail, I definitely think is a very active part of the project.
One of the things that we always strive for as a council is consistency in our applying the rules to every development.
Okay.
And sidewalks have never been part of the active open spaces that we've asked for. Okay?
understand now.
So I understand sidewalks, they're also a safety feature as well. And well, that was one of the reasons we started asking people to put sidewalks in, not necessarily so they could walk, because they could walk in the street. But when they're walking in the street, like I do on my street with my dog, I have to make sure that, all the people I'm living with have good eyesight, okay? So, I don't think you're applying the spirit of what we've been asking and every development, what we've been asking for. So, now, tell me about the lighting, particularly on the backside.
So there, on the backside of you're talking about of the two-story homes.
Well, everywhere, but we're particularly there that butt up against the Riverton Point development.
We would only propose street lighting along this portion of the development within the street. There may be there'll probably be some type of porch light or whatever else on the back of each one of these homes. Is only lighting that would be on the rear of those homes.
So there's going to be street lights and lights from the back of the homes on there. Okay. Are these sale or rent?
Right now, they're for sale is the plan. We've got it laid out, parceled out, everything's set up to be for sale. That's the
And
plan.
what's the projected sale price?
That I'm not sure of. I think it's basically would be market value is what I've kind of understood. It's kind of hard to tell what the market's going to be, and this will probably be 2 years before they start to have their first sale.
In the middle there, the amenity space, what's that acreage? Are you counting as the active open space, that pond?
No, sir. The pond's
That's
not
not.
included.
Okay. And that's just going to be blank as of right now, right?
Yes, sir. The
It's
plan
just-
is to be in a space where people can have basically an open park to be able to do whatever they feel like they would like to do.
So the active open space without the sidewalks is 1.59 acres.
1.62.
Oh, excuse me, 1.59, 1.6, okay.
Pretty close.
All right. All right, I asked you to meet with them. Now, the question was asked, how many homes per acre here? And you gave the answer 7.
5.
5. Okay. My answer is 7. It's 5 if you count the wetlands.
Yes, sir.
It's 7 if you count the upland acres of 23.14, just for the
I think
record.
that was what Katie was alluding to on the PD. If it's a certain percentage, certain like 2.2 or whatever for the entire PD, if 2.7 for the entire PD. If it's based on wetlands and everything, it's 3 something if you take the wetlands out. So you're correct. It's 7 if it's upland.
Townhomes are typically around 8 per acre upland density. That's most recent examples, Cobblestone and Royal Oaks would be examples of that. So they're just under what we typically see.
I think one of my concerns are, if you go out there and you look at on the right side of this picture here where the amenity space is, first of all, you'll find, number one, the buffer and the tree line includes not all tall trees, but it includes the under.
Does have underbrush there.
So when you're down to 25, you'll be able to see through it as clearly as I'm looking at you right now. And if you go look, you'll see what I mean. That amenity space on the right will be in the backyard of somebody's home that's being built right now. I mean, literally. Go look at it. We're going to have a golf course on that amenity center on the left, and you're going to put a fire pit right next to the golf course and tree lines that have underbrush. And sorry, those two amenity places are, in my opinion, very poorly spaced. And I'm going to give you another opinion of my soul. I've said this, to me, there's an old saying about putting 5 pounds of stuff in a 10-pound bag. That's what this looks like to me. It is too much in that space. Which leads me to my last question. This is something they've been looking at for a long time. And I interrupted Mr. Mearsman before because I wanted it very clear to understand that this is 5,500 acres in this district, and there's 9,500 homes approved. So my question is, out of all those acreage, and there's plenty that nobody's bought yet, why here?
Because it's, as Brandon mentioned, this property has always been set up for either commercial use or a townhome.
There's other properties set up as well. There's acres, there's 5,500 acres in the East Argent Plan Development District, and we're squeezing in a project into 23 acres of uplands that will be literally in the backyards of an existing private golf course and gated community.
I hear you, sir, but I also know that of those, that amount of acres you're talking about, Sun City is building 1,400 homes on theirs.
And 500 acres, that's 3. We're at 7.
Okay, so
Please keep it consistent.
and then and then you got Hoyer is doing 2,000 homes, and you've approved a master plan for the 2,000 homes on the north end of East Argent.
1,500 homes and 500 acres, that's 3.
And then there's a large portion of it that's in conservation easements along the east side of the parkway.
Which I mentioned earlier, 1,330 acres, which the city owns.
Then you're looking at, on the Schumann tract, you've got Publix, which already has a plan for that.
They own that property, yes.
Mansions facility already has a plan for that. Then there's the YMCA properties. That property's already dedicated to YMCA. Then there's another piece of property up there that you've approved a master plan for a multifamily development. What I'm leading to is that in East Argent, of that property you're talking about, I don't know that there's only maybe 3 or 4 pieces of property besides this one that already have a master plan approved on it.
To refresh your memory, if you look at what has been approved and master plans of 6,200 homes out of 95.
And my my comment to that would be that of the land that's left, where else in East Argent would you propose this to go?
So you personally, because you're speaking for, you have gone out and you've looked at with, we all buy a house, we go and look at all the available houses so we can choose which one. So you've been out with all the remaining acreage and with the owner, and you've seen what's available?
I know that this is the property that is available for sale right now, and of the property that's for sale, this is the one that they chose. But I do, your larger question is why this?
Why?
not-
Why did they choose it? So, and I'd like to hear that from the owners of this, Gwyn.
And I
yeah.
need to get them here to present.
Yeah,
to you about that.
I think, and I think the people sitting behind you will want to hear that answer as well. When you arrange a meeting, just like we did at Farmhouse, you arrange a meeting with the people of Riverton Point, and you go over this plan. Again, there's a lot stuffed in here, and it's going to be right up against, in many places, this 25-foot buffer, in many places, like the one where the storm drain is near this amenity center, it's all cut out already. There's going to be no buffer. And, we could put a buffer up there. You're going to have lights in the people's backyard. And, I think Steve mentioned it earlier, this line of whatever they are on the border, if you eliminated those and just left the trees, then it would be a much more presentable or workable solution for everybody, in my opinion. I'll just leave it at, I'm struggling with this for many reasons. I think the owner needs to come before this council. And it needs to come before the people that's sitting behind you. And you and he need to go in these people's backyards and take a look at it and understand what you're asking us to approve. So you can tell me you have the right to do it, and I can tell you I have a right to vote what I think is best. So, we're not here to make any decisions, but I got a lot of questions that all need to be resolved before I place my vote on first reading. So,
So the questions I heard was, why this site? Verify the buffer and what will be there and shown. And could we eliminate 6, 10, 15, 20, 30 or 40 units and increase the buffer?
yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and if I recall the pictures, what were there, 4 or 5 in there? 5. So it's 40. So if you eliminated those 40, and instead of 171,
156.
well,
You just cut out almost
if I
a third of my development.
there were 151 2-stories and 23 stories. That's what was told in the beginning.
There were, hold on.
That's 171. Is that right, Katie Browner?
So there are 151 total units. There are 11 2-stories and 20 3-story. And talking about 40 units.
Okay, so the 23 is in the 151.
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. All right, I thought they were separate. So 151. So it's only probably 4.9 per upland acre.
Okay.
Okay, but if you eliminated those 40 and have 111, somebody got a calculator, how many is that per acre?
So if you deleted 4, you're at 111 divided by 23.41. 4.14. That's 4.8.
That's right.
4.8.
4.8, okay?
Apparently, to what Katie mentioned, there are 2 other developments that you've approved at closer to 8 units per acre.
What two were they?
Yeah, I just threw out 2 that I know off the top of my head. Royal Oaks and Cobblestone are right around 8 per acre, and that's a fairly typical number for townhome developments.
But they didn't border.
A single-family development is closer, is at 2 to 3.
Yeah, they didn't border anything, and I'd like to see those numbers because I don't recall that's what they were, but I'd like to see them and refresh my memory. So, because again, we have to be consistent, and that's what I'm trying to be, so the questions are geared to consistency. Given this layout and its proximity to not only a private golf course, but a gated community, I think that's a little concerning. Farmland, a farmhouse, if you put that up, and as I recall, okay, put up farmhouse, because again, I asked for that to be done because, this council does have to be consistent.
Oh, sorry.
And if you go out to the sites, okay, farmhouse, and when we went over this, and I forget the exact numbers, but this is at further up that golf hole. So the amount of open area, buffer, whatever you want to call it, first of all, that berm, whatever, is much higher than what we're talking about over here. And it's all golf course. So the amount of distance from that first house to the houses along there, not only are they not visible because of that high berm, but and because of the golf course, there's a big distance between the two. When you get down to what you're proposing, those conditions don't exist. So while a 25-acre or 25-foot buffer was okay here, but there was a lot more buffer on the Riverton Point side than what you have in your proposal. And that's one of the main differences. And as Steve pointed out, we moved some of these houses around to, allow for the lower houses being done. And I don't recall every last detail of what we did. And perhaps we need to look at that because, again, we have to be consistent. But if you look at this plan, there's a big distance between the back here and the homes. And not only that, there's a bigger berm protecting that visual as well. So to me, that's one of the big differences between these two properties. And farmhouse, how many homes do we approve here,
300.
and how many acres?
I think this is, I don't remember off the top of my head. I think it was similar, 26 acres. I can't remember. Sorry. I can have that for you next time. But
Let's take a look at that, because again, we have to be consistent, and I want to be consistent and fair. But I'll tell you right now, because of the proximity and the thinness of that buffer line to the homes that back up to this project, I think it puts a whole different perspective on this layout. That's all I have. Anyone want to add?
Yes, if I could, Mr. Mayor. Looking at that, can you bring up just this, your development again, please? Can you enlarge that at all, or is that the largest one that I can see?
I think that's the largest I can get it.
Anyway,
How far you want me to zoom in?
all right, right there's good. These 3 units here share the closest boundary to a non-bermed development of Riverton Point. My suggestion, eliminate those three units there, or move this, shove everything down this way, and eliminate 2 units, 1 unit, whatever it is. Get everything behind that berm. That is the,
Okay.
that makes so much sense to me to move things. The other thing I have to say, this, and maybe the council will correct me, this is the first workshop that I can remember for a development that the owner of the property did not show. I'm very disappointed in that. These folks have all taken time out of their day to come here to speak to us concerning this. But the developer had something better to do today than to come and to look at a multi-million-dollar development that's going to affect a lot of lives. I find that very disappointing. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. At this time, I'm going to ask for a council vote. Our rules of order state that public comment session are limited to 3 per person and 30 minutes total. Given the number of people here, I would suggest to council that perhaps you would consider a 5 per person 45-minute total. That'll take us right up to our lunchtime at noon. I'm going to say we cut off at noon exactly, so it's a little less than 45 minutes, and that there be no handing off of time. So in other words, you can't start with one person, the other person comes up and picks it up. Has to be each person's individual thoughts. And what I'll do, like I do with everything, when somebody speaks and makes a point, when they're finished, I will ask the rest of the audience to raise their hand if they are in agreement with that statement. So having said that, I'd like a motion to approve a change of rules from 3:30 to 5:45 with a noon cutoff.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. Any further comments? Having said that, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, so everyone, I think you have it orchestrated. So everyone, please come up. You'll have a 5-minute limit. You cannot hand over. We're finishing at noon, so I'm going to shut up so you can talk as much as you want.
Okay, so hopefully, let me just take a minute. How do so before you start my clock, can I just get this presentation up here?
While he's doing that, council and Miss Cindy, I handed off copies of emails that I have received over the last couple of weeks. I'm not going to read them because I don't want to disrupt your time, but I've given it to the clerk to put into the public record. So Ms. Thompson, Ms. Donna, and Mr. McNamara, I believe, the 3 people that you'll see emails from, and they will be entered into the public record.
So I'm not sure what was up here.
stuck.
Probably.
PowerPoint and open it that way.
Well, believe it or not, I tried it this morning. Here we go. And my timer only said 3 minutes.
The afternoon, so take your time. It's your time.
We're going to only have, I think, 4 people at least coordinated to speak, so I think we'll be well within the time.
Thank you.
Okay, so here we go. And hopefully we can start after I mention my name, but I do want to take the time to thank the mayor, the council members for the site visit, the consideration for the additional time, and for Josh's patience in dealing with me and getting this so we can present it in this kind of a forum and format. Okay. Does this work? Okay, I'll just use this. I'm good, I'll use my mouse. Okay, Chris Becker, 752 Riverton Point Boulevard. I want to go quickly through this to match that 5-minute time frame, but I do want to go back and start with the farmhouse. It's been mentioned many, many times. And if I look at it, you look at the site plan that they developed, and you look at the proposal of the property, and I want you to look at numbers 1, 2, and 3. And what that represents is they properly incorporated the wetlands to match their property. On the right-hand side, very different story. Actually, it was copied from the farmhouse proposal, which is very, very disappointing. In fact, Exhibit B, all of it is not on the subject property. All of Exhibit C, 10 locations that they reference, not on the subject property. The proposal is being rushed. We've said this quite a bit early in the process, and it's not developed with respect to the land survey. Very disappointing. Why does that matter? If they would have taken the time, we talked a little bit about this ditch or whatever it happens to be, but it's an actual feature that's identified in the wetlands of the U.S. inventory map. If I look at what the farmhouse had done with this feature, they turned it into a retention pond. Okay, let me take you back and give you another perspective, because sometimes when you see a little line on a map, you don't get the full effect. I want to take us back to August of 2024, Tropical Storm Debbie, and this is the exact property. What you're looking down this street right now is Riverton Point, and I want you to see the amount of water and the flooding that happened at that time frame. As you look at this video, what you're also going to notice is it's a river of water coming down through here. You can just see the intensity of the water. Now, I don't remember when I took this video how many hours, but I think it was like the next morning. It could have been 8 hours. I don't know, but the storm had passed through. This is the cart path to hole number 6. It's a reference point that we'll go throughout the day or for the next 45 minutes. And as I pan to the left, you'll see that the storm has basically moved through the area. However, and actually the second house is mine and the site visit that we went to, but you see it's pretty cleared up and it's moved through, and yet that volume of water is still rushing through the property. Just incredible. And again, that's feeding all of the flooding that's down all the homes that were on the subject property that we're talking about. The National Wetlands Map, Inventory Map, is on the left-hand side. So if you look at I put a point on there, that's actually from that site, and I put a dot right there on the 6 tee box, because John and I, John will speak next, wanted to go see exactly what that looks like. So we went out in the woods, and there's John back there about the property line. And as I pan over to the left, what you'll see is what I'm calling a riverbed. Now, I call it a riverbed because it looks like a river of water. I'm not the professional. John, who's coming up next, is an accredited professional in this area, and he'll describe more about really what this is and how to deal with it. But this runs all the way the length of this property. Now, when I get back to the amount of water flowing through here, I want you to imagine that this volume of water is going to run directly through those homes. It's not the flooding that's going to happen to us. It's think about this volume of water coming right through the homes that we've been talking about. That is the biggest challenge. And that's what we're really concerned about. Okay. Whoops. Okay. for the essence of time, I'm going to go through a couple other areas. We've been talking about this, and there's three unique different areas of concern. It's left of the cart path, right of the cart path, and a big door right through the center. When you look at the left of the cart path, you'll talk about the proximity of the golf course, the skyline of trees being removed. When you look at the right of the cart path, you're talking about an 80-foot buffer that's not being there, ground level, and there is a big door. There is no trees, none whatsoever, that's blocking that. So there is the line of sight, it's a wide open door. And that wide open door is what we're concerned about to go through the community. So for the essence of time, I do want to turn it over to John and follow up in a little bit more about the details from a professional standpoint. Thank you.
Chris. My name is John Ruggieri. I live at 1661 Laurel Oak Avenue in Riverton Point. I have a exactly 5-minute talk here, which I'm going to dispense with because you've done such a good job in addressing a lot of the concerns that I was going to be presenting. As it's been referred to earlier, I've been in the business for 50 years. I've owned a civil engineering land planning firm, a large one, and we did projects like this all over the country. And one of the things that I always did and encouraged my people to do was truth the site. You always go out to the site because drawings are just drawings. They don't really tell you the full story. You have to go out there and get to know it. And I want to congratulate you because, and thank council, because you actually did your homework and came out to the site and you know what it is. And so there's no need to go back over it. There are a couple things that we have a concern with, and Robert will talk to one of them. Deb will talk to another. The first one is a little bit of public safety traffic on East Argent Boulevard. We know that you're going to be doing a comprehensive plan update and a transportation element update, and we'd like to be at the table when you're doing that because this project, even though it's small, it does have impact. The traffic along there is pretty bad. It can be dangerous, and any additional traffic that comes down along it is going to complicate the situation. In fact, you may already know this, but there is racing that goes up and down East Argent Parkway. We could hear it at night when we're in our home. So thank you for that consideration. The other thing that I wanted to talk about, and I'm not sure how I move this forward. There. Oh, all right, that's great. Okay, as we were saying before, we have a national inventory wetlands here. It's not the big wetlands that they're draining to. This is a big drainage ditch. In fact, it's about 600 or so feet long. It's about 14 feet wide, and it can go up to 7 feet deep as shown in the video. And it carries a lot of flow, as you saw in the video. Now, one of the things I always said to my people was just because you can engineer it doesn't mean it makes sense, okay? You have to think about it. I don't understand, because we don't have a survey, we don't have good base data, how water can be going north to the wetlands if it's coming south down along that channel into our properties. It doesn't make sense to me. Without a survey, I can't truth that. And because they didn't provide a survey nor a survey with a boundary survey, where's the truth here? So we're asking for transparency, not to rush it, and to really give full thought and answers. The next slide. I'm sorry, going the wrong way. The next slide is what Mayor Pro Tem was referring to earlier is the culvert. This is the southern end of that drainage ditch, and as you can see, there is a plastic culvert in there, and you can see that it was improperly installed. It's not all the way down at the bottom of the culvert, so it doesn't properly transfer water where it's supposed to, which we presume is the pond on the side of the 6 hole or into the storm drains. There's no protection at the end of it, so debris will go into it as well. We do understand that there's a lot of drainage There are a lot of small storms catch basins in there. They appear to be clogged as well. So there's a management issue here as well as a design issue. What I'm going to show you here are a couple different options. The first, obviously you recognize the site plan to the top of the screen. The one on the bottom of the screen is an AutoCAD site plan, a representation of the actual site plan that was submitted. It was my attempt to show that we actually do our due diligence, go out to the site and see if we could represent it. The bright green and the yellow. The yellow is where the townhouses are located, the townhouses in question. The green is where we believe the drainage ditch to be, or the wetlands, and you can see the flow and the conflict there. The next slide would be just a thought that we had as to how the issue can be resolved. I won't go to it in detail because you've already had this discussion, but by moving the townhouses to the other side of the road, since the site is going to be completely stripped, it doesn't do any good to hold back. So anyway, we would ask you to consider a couple of the recommendations, and we appreciate your help today and the opportunity to present to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, are there any disagreements to what the first two people said? Who's all in agreement with what's been said so far? Okay. Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How are we? Okay. All right. Good morning, Mr. Mayor and honorable council members. My name is Deb Thompson, and I live at 700 Laurel Oak Avenue in Riverton Point. I'm here today because I am deeply concerned about our community and safety and protecting the investment of the Riverton Point residents have made in a community that has a guard and a gate at the front. But the reality being it's a community that's wide open along the perimeter. So it's like locking your house and leaving all your windows open. I have extensive experience in working with affordable housing, having worked for builders specializing in it both in Ohio and here in Jasper County. I have seen firsthand what affordable housing can represent: opportunity, pride, and fulfillment of the American dream. I want to share the experience of one homeowner, a single mother who saved for years to purchase her first home for herself and her young child. She was proud. She carefully selected all her finishes. I can imagine she probably had a Pinterest board with carpeting and countertops and cabinets, etc. She imagined her son riding bikes on the streets with the neighborhood kids. She believed that she had finally secured a stable future for her family. What happened next was devastating. Shortly after moving in, the surrounding homes were purchased by investors who charged exorbitant rents. The only way tenants could afford these rents was by turning these homes into boarding houses. 10, 12 people coming and going all day, night, doesn't matter, sleeping on mattresses in the homes. And these homes are separated by 10 feet. Businesses being run out of these homes: barbershop, laundromat, and some suspected questionable businesses. Each boarder also had a car. There was nowhere to park. Vehicles filled yards, streets and alleys. They blocked the driveways and idled near children's bedrooms. Loud music, shouting, and engines without mufflers echoed through the neighborhood at all hours of the night. Beer cans littered the streets. Condoms were found outside. The smell of urine in the mornings confirmed what parents feared was happening overnight. Recurring flooding in alleyways worsened the parking shortage and created an environment conducive to rodents and other pests. They were not the only ones that were affected. A retired couple nearby feared for their safety. An immigrant family who had just achieved their own American dream with their family with young children were horrified by what they had just bought and moved into. Calls to the POA went unanswered. Calls to the developer were ignored, and calls to the police department were rerouted back to the POA. The residents felt helpless and abandoned. One investor finally evicted some of the tenants, only for those tenants to move directly across the street into another rental. Mr. Mayor after 12 months, the single mother was forced to sell her home. She is now a renter again, traumatized by a system that failed to protect her and her child. Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager, this cannot be the future of Hardeeville. I can't imagine in my wildest dreams this is what you envision. The project has been rushed. As pointed out, there are issues that need to be resolved. Going back to Planning Commission, they had very, very difficult time with this. And one of the biggest issues they had was the lack of notification to the residents. My understanding is the developer does not want to meet with us. This raises giant red flags. I do not know this developer, but I do know that developers in general love investors, as they are quick sales that usually come in purchasing blocks of homes. We must protect the very people affordable housing is meant to serve. We must protect neighborhoods like Riverton Point, the crown jewel of Hardeeville, from becoming vulnerable to unchecked investor practices that undermine safety, dignity, and long-term community stability. We must ensure the safety of the residents of Riverton Point, who will be vulnerable to people walking onto the property with what might be called the open door. Just like the single mom who saved and scrimped to buy her first home, the residents of Riverton Point also did the same thing. With our life savings, many of us invested in a dream that needs to be protected. Protected in a way like our lawn equipment is protected at Riverton Point, or at the very least, how our dogs are protected at the Hardeeville Dog Park. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Who agrees with Ms. Thompson? Anyone else?
Yes, good morning. Robert Cohn, 1576 Azalea Drive. I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to use my notes and give you my observations on the Kimley Horn traffic analysis. So as you know, every application has to have a traffic analysis that's proper so that the Planning Commission and the City Council can determine what the traffic situation would be for a new use. And the Planning Commission had a big problem with the traffic, and like them, I read the 179-page traffic study. And after reading it, I want to bring to your attention quickly many errors and shocking omissions that I can't understand that for 6 months anyone was looking at this study and didn't find what I did, being a layman homeowner looking at the report. So the golf course has been called the crown jewel of Hardeeville, and I think the East Argent Parkway could be a jewel of Hardeeville and the PDD. Yesterday I drove in through where the Parker's Kitchen is, and I went past where the YMCA is going to be, and I ended up at the Heartwood Community School. Gorgeous. Have you seen that school? That is like, if I had a grandson, I would want him to go to that school. So I expected when I read the 179 pages that I would see some information about what East Argent Parkway is going to be done, the last phase. And what do I see when I read it? I see one sentence. Literally, there is one sentence in the 179 pages that says what East Argent Parkway is. And it says that East Argent Parkway is a 2-lane divided urban road with a speed limit of 45 miles an hour. So they start off with the 2 lanes when I was driving yesterday, mostly up to the sign that said road closed, was 4 lanes with a median with palm trees. Beautiful, right? So that's a mistake. Then page 11, excuse me, I would urge everyone to look at page 11 if you didn't want to look at the whole 179 pages. It says they project that if someone is coming out of the townhouses and wants to go towards the YMCA or wants to go towards the school or wants to go to the new Publix, 5% of the people coming out are going to make a left and go towards the YMCA, and 95% are going to go towards Argent Boulevard. So the only thing I can think of is that on March 27th, 2025, when someone from Kimley Horn went out there to look at it, nobody was going left towards the big sign that said roads closed, and everybody was going towards Argent Parkway, because it is not reasonable to think that in the future, in the 2030 as built, anybody is going to know, no one's going to make a left and everybody's going to make a right to go to Argent Boulevard. The whole study assumes that there is Argent Boulevard, and it's almost like they didn't even consider that there's anything else going on in Argent Parkway. So then they never say if someone wanted to make a left, can they make a left, or do they have to make a right, because there's a median there with palm trees, and they would have to then make a right and make a U-turn in front of the 1,500 houses of Sun City North and the 950 houses of Riverton Point exits, which are right next to each other. So that the study does not assume that they even tell you how it is that someone is going to make a left there. It just assumes it's a 2-lane road and you go make a left. Then the big problem is they say at the Planning Commission, they said we assume and treated the future developments all as part of this traffic, right? So you would think that the future developments, when they put in this 179 pages, do you think that the farmhouse, 300 units would be mentioned? No, there is no farmhouse. Do you think that the Regent Cottages apartments would be mentioned? No. Do you think that the Hunt Club is even mentioned as in a development? No. Do you think the retreat at East Argent is mentioned anywhere? No. Not the school, not the Publix, none of these amenities. It's as if they do not think that that road closed sign is going to be taken away and this is ever going to be open. They even said in one of the pages that, well, this 5% left assumes that Argent Parkway is going to be open. Well, I think we could all agree that Argent Parkway is going to be open. So Kimley Horn, do you think that they could at least have in a traffic study, like the reality of that people might be coming from Beaufort and might use this Argent Parkway as a cutoff to get to 278? So they use Mylan Bluff is like one of the future developments they're going to use. So they have pages in there that they're going to figure out the traffic from Mylan Bluffs and also Aberley Chase Apartments. So those were so those are the problems I see. And I don't think you can approve, and I don't think the city attorney would allow you to approve an application on this traffic study that has all of these errors in it. And it needs to be redone, whether you want to send it back to Planning Commission with a new traffic study. But these traffic concerns, you cannot approve this application with the defects and omissions in this traffic report.
Thank you. And I'd like to see a show of hands. Who agrees? Thank you. Okay. Who's next?
Good morning.
Good
I'm
morning.
Monica Kirk. I live at 578 Laurel Oak. So I live right off the seventh hole. So we will be affected by the farmhouse project and also this new proposed project that's being considered. My concern, and thank you for addressing it, Mr. Mayor, is the fire pit, because I come from an area where we've seen what wildfire can do to a community. It's devastating. I know personally a young woman who was burned out of her home due to a wildfire, and that is a huge concern for me. I'd like you all to, I thank you for addressing that, and just please take that into consideration as you're determining what to do with this. Thank you.
Anyone else? Wow, I want to compliment you all for, you not only stay within the 45 minutes, you stay within the 30. Very good. I have a question based on something I heard. Is this an HOA community?
Will it be an HOA?
Yes.
Yes, sir. Yeah, it would be, we'll have to work with the covenants and restrictions and everything, go through all that, but yes.
Okay, so I think we can safely assume, although we don't know what the price point is, that this isn't going to look like some of the pictures we saw. Okay.
sir.
Thank you. Council,
Will this be built in phases?
This time right now, we're planning on just doing it in one phase.
Actually, I have a comment to make on Miss Deb's presentation. I live in Hilton Head Lakes, and a little bit further down the road, we have a development called the Preserve, and those folks are experiencing exactly what Ms. Thompson just showed up on that screen. It is an HOA. Further down the road, we have Mag Park, and what Ms. Deb said is happening in that neighborhood as well. The double parking, businesses being run out of the house. Somebody had some kind of barber shop operated from her garage, and I believe the neighbors got together and did something about it. And so those are the things that what Ms. Deb said, y'all have to take into consideration when you're doing the HOA. I mean, the city, we cannot dictate what happens in an HOA because that's not within our purview, but y'all have to think about all of that.
Ms. Guzman, actually, just for clarification, when we zone something, even if it's PDD, if it's only zoned for residential use, we can prohibit the use of commercial opportunities. We just need to be notified it, and then we can take an enforcement action.
Awesome. Okay, great.
it's,
Makes
pa-
me
it's,
feel
pa-
better.
it's part of code enforcement. You know, we cannot assume that just because it's cheaper that we're going to be renting to people who are not going to take care of their
Not gonna follow
property.
the rules
Okay,
and everything.
I take exception to that.
Yeah.
So, I know, John and Bo, you weren't available on Friday.
I was available. I was been available.
You might want to schedule a site visit based on everything we heard today. And I would like to see, because there was a statement here that the owner doesn't want to meet with the residents. The owner of farmhouse met with them, and they came back with, some agreements that were beneficial to the development and to the property owner. I think they need to see what they're doing. They need to see what the impact's going to be on the people who are right there, okay? I think it's important. That perspective will, I think, be helpful. I don't have anything else, so
Can I just say something? I heard the presentation from a traffic study engineer. And I've sat here 3 years, I had 15 other years' experience. I found more things I didn't know, and I left more confused than when I sat down. The traffic study is a huge thing, but one thing that was asked out of that was about the traffic study of East Argent Parkway. That not being a state-governed road, that is a private road, and it'll eventually be turned over to the city, am I correct with that?
yes.
So there are no hard concrete figures on the traffic count on East Argent Parkway. Right now, it's conjecture based upon the number of homes and average trips and all of that. But personally, I would much rather have that expert come and speak to this council and ask our questions before I get too far
He's,
with this.
he's here.
He's here.
Yeah, Dylan with our traffic engineering team is here, so, let him.
Dylan, I would prefer to set a time and a date that we discuss all this. This isn't the time or place to do this today.
Okay.
I've asked, Mr. Gruber to set that up, and we will get that set up as soon as we can coordinate. But we need to know. We really do. So that's it.
Okay. Cal.
I would like to state for the public record, because I did answer one of these emails about the traffic. So I think it's important that everybody understands when it comes to the traffic. East Argent Parkway was designed based on 9,500 homes. It will eventually be 2 lanes in either direction, and there will be a sidewalk on one side of the road. Now, that side of the road will flip in a place or two based on wetlands, but there will be a sidewalk the length of that road. Somebody told me it was 6 miles, but I don't know, whatever it is. And eventually be 2 lanes in each direction. There will be, right now, 4 access points out of East Argent. 170 and a temporary lights up there now. Argent Parkway, and there's a temporary light up there now. Sun City, on Argent Boulevard, there's a study right now for a light to go there. And we're already working on a light at Shortcut, and Jasper Station Road will eventually connect to East Argent Parkway. Now, that doesn't mean the East Argent Parkway in March will have all those features, because what this district, in the development agreement, there are fees assigned to various things, one of which is traffic. A total of $110 million were negotiated of fees when this was renegotiated in 2017. That money includes $75 million for roads. That includes the Loop Road. That includes the East Argent Boulevard intersection. That's temporary. So when it goes permanent, there's lane improvements that have to be done, wetlands mitigation. But because it was dangerous, DOT agreed to get a light up there quick. You see, if it was required to go to a permanent light like Shortcut, we're now in the 4th year trying to get that light up. So, that's why a temporary light went, because we couldn't afford that. We didn't want to wait that time. So all these things happen. Now, it's important to understand that $75 million comes every time a permit is pulled. All right? Every time a permit is pulled, those fees go into the pots that it's designated, some for police, some for fire, some for roads, et cetera. So all the money on the roads and the lights that have been expended right now has been fronted by the master landowner, which is Preserve Communities. Okay, so they're doing these work before the homes are permitted. Another thing it's important to understand, at least it is for me, based on the report that Matt Davis sends us every month on December 3rd, the East Argent Planned Development District of 9,500 homes has 2,000 homes permitted and 144 apartments, almost 2,300 out of the 9,500. And that's since 2017, so 8 years, do the math. This development will be built out somewhere in the 15 to 20-year range from now, okay? Whatever that means. But one of the things it means in terms of traffic, the traffic isn't going to be there tomorrow. It's going to build up over time, and these road conditions will be built up over time. One doesn't happen before the other. It's happened concurrently. I've been saying this to a lot of people that I've spoke to and a lot of groups that I spoke in front of. One of the good things is the fact that because the developer is fronting the money, the infrastructure is running ahead of the permitting, so that we're getting the roads in before the people move in. Not entirely, but it's happening. So we are at 12. Miss Cindy is telling us our lunch is here. Thank you all for joining us today. There will be more to come, including the first reading of the ordinance whenever that happens. So thank you for joining us. Have a great holiday season, everyone. New faces than we had before. Dylan, you have to sit through them all. Okay. Mr. Gruber, give us the next one.
Yes, sir, Mr. Mayor. So items B, C, and D on the workshop agenda are all relative to the same proposal, and that is for the Pintail Creek development. So item B is the planned development district proposal. Item C is the annexation where that would be brought into the city. And then the initial master plan identifies how that property would be laid out and the uses and density within that property. And so with that, I'll turn it over to staff to run through the application.
All right, real quick here. So the Pintail Creek property is the old golf course. This is Speedway Boulevard. The gun range is right down here. And you have Riverport Parkway. Riverport development runs adjacent to this development. Some existing conditions photos. Again, it was an old golf course, but you can't really tell that these days if you go out there. So, these are some adjacent properties across from Pintail Creek Drive. We have the proposed concept plan here for you, which does show the general proposed layout of these smaller warehouse products that the applicant is proposing, along with some open space, employee park areas, potential public walking trails, which I'll show you on an open space plan here. The site is 111 acres, currently located in unincorporated Jasper County. So it has 3 zoning assignments right now. The former golf course is rural preservation. There are 2 parcels that are zoned residential currently, and 1 parcel zoned community commercial up along Speedway Boulevard. The proposed uses are limited industrial and commercial, general commercial and retail specifically. The land use element does talk about how beneficial the industrial development is when you're considering tax revenue versus the cost of services. So that is straight from our land use element of the comprehensive plan there. We also, in the land use element, state that the city should consider annexation requests based on specific criteria, including filling in donut holes and increasing contiguity and compactness of the city, as well as considering potential impacts to environmental protections, quality of life improvements, and other relevant issues to ensure the protection of health, safety, and public welfare. Due to the location of this project and the proximity to the Gateway Corridor overlay, staff recommended that guidelines be written into the Plan Development District to provide guarantees for certain elements of architectural design, such as height and scale. The transportation element recommends that the city require connectivity between parcels as appropriate. The applicant has provided an opportunity for future connection to the Riverport Parkway. All the details of that have not been worked with the adjacent landowners, but they have set up their project to be prepared for that potential future connection, which was our request. This Plan Development District also provides at least 25% open space, and kind of unusual but we did put a request out to have active open space, even though this is an industrial development, and they do have bike and pedestrian trails and employee picnic areas proposed in their plan. We hear often that those employees at some of the warehouses and whatnot just want somewhere. They're far enough away from downtown that they don't really have time to run there, but they want somewhere outside of the warehouse to go. So that's positive. They did propose some process changes in their tree preservation and replacement. We recommend striking it. Planning Commission also agreed. So therefore, it is being struck from the Plan Development District as of the latest proposal. They're also proposing a minimum 50-foot buffer for the perimeter of the Plan Development District, and we ask that they be designed in a manner to prevent any adverse impacts to adjacent residential properties. Planning Commission recommends They don't make a recommendation on the annexation, but they make a recommendation on the plan development district and the initial master plan. With a 3-to-1 vote, they recommended approval with the items be addressed throughout the council process. They're identified below. Add architectural requirements, limit uses on front parcels, a 35-foot height restriction, add parking for guest use of walking trails, strike the tree preservation changes, and provide that connectivity to Riverport. At this time, based on discussions with the applicant, they do not have any issues with any of those recommendations that were made by Planning Commission. And at this time, I'm going to introduce Todd Mayo to give you a little bit more information on the project from the applicant side and what they've been working on since Planning Commission.
Hey there, again, I'm Todd Mayo. I'm the Vice President of Omega Construction here in Savannah. I've got one of my guys will be here in just a second. He wasn't sure we'd get started quite this early, but I do have a little presentation that I can walk through on some of these things. So just be patient with us here for a few minutes, and he should be here any minute. You know, I know we had Stephen had a comment earlier about our owner. Just to let you know, our owner is based in Ukraine. So he couldn't be here traveling at the holidays. He's there with his family, but Mr. Mitnick has been present at other meetings before, and again, apologies for not being here, but I'll be speaking on behalf of the developer and this development to answer any questions. We did go through a pretty in-depth review after the planning meeting. We have implemented all 5 of the items that were in question, and again, I can walk you through some of those here shortly. We have, we did prior to the planning meeting set a community workshop out on site. We invited the neighbors, invited the public to come and meet us and review the property and look at what we were proposing to do. Served everybody some dinner. We're there to answer some questions. And what we have found over the last 30 to 45 days that a lot of the existing homeowners who are in direct proximity to the site are looking to try to sell their property to Mr. Mitnick as we speak. So a lot of that's happening right now in the background. 4 or 5 of the adjacent owners on the very front side of the property are in talks and discussions with real estate and Mr. Mitnick about selling the property. So, overall, we've got an owner that's really committed to being a good neighbor. I think one point to bring up here is the density for this site is about 1.2 million square feet total. Math may be a little off there, but we could go up to 2 million based on the footprint, but that's not his intent. These buildings are designed to be much smaller. They're designed to be, local retail businesses is who he's trying to recruit. And when I get to the slides in a few minutes, I'll show you some of the businesses that he's, in some of the pre-lease discussions with right now, Culligan Water, Red Bull, just some local businesses. So I think you'll see from the pictures of the buildings, these are a lot more retail oriented. They are, driven towards local business, not big industrial boxes. And so it's a big focus to make sure that we're following those guidelines. So yeah, apologies for. Let me get this pulled up really quick, and then I can kind of give you an illustration. If you don't mind, I'll walk you through just a few things here. All right, so. Yeah, that'd be great. Okay, so as Katie said a little while ago, the development currently, that's a good picture to illustrate what it looks like now. We had some drone photos taken so that you could see kind of what the existing site looks like. It has been cleared. Previously it's grown up some, but these are drone photos I took about a week ago. So should give you pretty good idea. You can see this is basically what the old golf course where it sat. So a lot of the land is already been disturbed. It just needs some kind of, minor clearing and grubbing to get it ready for some mass grading operations. Here's the proposed site map, with a little bit bigger, so you can see, these buildings are all much smaller, okay? They are anywhere from 8,000 square feet. The biggest one that's proposed right now is about 72,000 square feet. And, you know, they're all of different use. They're not full of dock bays and truck courts. They're smaller buildings with small office upfits to house local retail buildings. I know there was a question early along. Some members had seen, you know, out on the website that they're proposing, you know, 1 million square feet. That was a total of the square footage, okay? Not one building, not two buildings. It makes up the total of these buildings. Now, I will tell you, the intention for this owner is to phase this project. So this is not something that's going to come out and be done in one shot. He's going to strategically develop this property in 3 phases so that we can get tenants in, get it leased, so that these buildings are not sitting unleased, right? His focus is to build them to suit with end users who will then occupy them before he moves on to the next phase of a development. So that the first phase is this northern phase here. So these 3 buildings here would be built first. We would get those leased up. Once they are, we would move down to the southern half to start developing those other sites. So here's the connectivity that we just mentioned a minute ago. We've actually already had our civil engineer take a stab at what that connectivity would look like. And so as you can see from this lower point right here, it would connect right there to Riverport. I think another illustration to make important is you see the size of these buildings at Riverport compared to the building sizes at what we're proposing. Much smaller scale, much smaller buildings than what you're seeing here with the larger development south of it. Here's a few local companies and potential tenants that he's already been in contact with. Just wanted to give you guys an idea of who. He's in talks with Culligan. Savannah Hardscapes is looking for a warehouse there. There's a ballet academy, golf cart retail and distributor, event planning and rentals, tractor parts distributor. So I think you see Perk Coffee has talked to him. He is not out targeting multinational world logistics companies or 3PLs like you're seeing at Riverport and some of the big industrial buildings that we're building for you guys here in Hardeeville. So much different dynamic than what we're used to, especially on our end. These buildings are definitely not geared towards the larger industrial end users. Here are just a few of the development components for it. Obviously, it's light industrial, commercial. There's a lot of open space I'm going to show you in a minute that we have implemented. The wetlands obviously have been protected. Silviculture is something that we're taking serious, along with the mitigation bank. And then our roads and utilities obviously is a proposed part of the component of this development. Here's a few of the buildings, okay, just to kind of give you an idea. These are 24-foot max height. I don't see them going much bigger than that because they're 1 story. There's no cold storage. There's no reason for these buildings to be any bigger than they are. And so you can see there's multiple signage for multiple users on these buildings. These are just some initial architectural renderings of them, just to kind of give you a good idea of what you're looking at. But again, really more storefront commercial, retail, visually than what you'll see in the big square industrial boxes. Just since we last met, wanted to give you some input into what we have been doing since our planning commission feedback and what we have gotten from the city. Our open space requirements, we proposed design is 9% over the standard currently. Our open space requirement for commercial, our current design is 14% over the standard. And you can see here in just a second what we've done to include the proposed design green space. We had some discussions with Josh previously about these living buffers and how Hardeeville and how we're looking to create these buffers, not just with burns, but with living material. And we are more than open to doing that wherever that needs to be done. The owner's definitely committed to doing that. Here's the proposed green space, walking trails and public parking. You can see here walking trails throughout, a lot of open green space in between these buildings with park areas. We've got employee parking at those green spaces, which was an ask of the Planning Commission. So we'll have other parking that's not for these buildings, but for people to come in and utilize it as they would like. little illustration here of the proposed tree save. Okay, so if you look at the one on the left, those are the trees that are existing right now, pre-development. And if you look on the right, we're saving almost everything that's of any substance on the site now. So it has been methodically, placed around these trees. We'll be more than happy to comply with whatever tree protection or tree saves we need to go through to make sure that that happens during construction. But this is just a good illustration to show you how much of that we actually are saving that's out there now. The rest of it's already been clear cut. It's just underbrush has grown up since this time. So that's kind of since where we met, just wanted again to reiterate that we've really, want to be good neighbors. This owner is committed to Hardeeville. He's committed to, the neighborhood and is making it very apparent that he wants to do what he can to, to be a good neighbor. So I'm here. I've got representative from Kimley Horn here on the traffic study. So Dylan can speak a little bit on that if we've got questions about traffic. I don't have a PE beside my name, so I may have to pull him in to answer some of those technical questions. But outside of that, thank you for allowing us to be here.
Thank you. Do you have anyone else from your team going to speak to us?
Jeff Smith is senior project manager with my company who's been working with the current owner. We're actually building a couple of warehouses for him in Rincon right now. So Jeff Smith is here. And then Eric Branch, who is one of our superintendents that's working with our current owner on 2 industrial projects in Savannah right now. Yes, sir.
Would you tell this council a little bit about who this owner is?
Yes, sir, I sure
and
will.
what other projects they have in this area?
Yes, sir, I sure will. So Oleg Mitnick is his name. He's from Ukraine, has a office based in LA and an office based in New Jersey. And then he's got an office here one in Savannah. And then obviously he's looking to expand his footprint into Hardeeville. He's got a few different businesses. He is in the auto salvage business is his main focus. He also has a multifamily and an apartment wing of his business, about 1,800 townhomes and homes in the New Jersey area that he's developed. His main focus right now, the facility that we're building in Rincon, is a auto salvage and transport business. So he takes a lot of salvage vehicles and salvage auto parts, ships them overseas to his operation in Ukraine, which is the facility we're building for him right now in Rincon, Georgia, off of Highway 21. This, for him, he's got a lot of real estate as well. So within Los Angeles and up in New Jersey, he owns lots of real estate developments all over. And so this is something that he's personally investing in on the real estate side of his business. So he would lease these. He would still own this. These are not for sale. These buildings will be leased to tenants that he wants to bring in.
And what's his company name?
TRT International. Yes, sir. Oleg Mitnick. Been a great client. We're getting close to finishing the current project that we're building for him. We've been working with him a little over a year now. And he's been nothing but great to work with. Very responsive owner. Flies here once or twice a month to spend time with us. And then obviously he's based in New Jersey and in Los Angeles, depending on what he's doing. His son also works with him, and he's based in the United States, so we see a little bit of his son as well. But yeah, great owner to work with.
And does he have any multifamily here in South Carolina?
No, sir. Only in
No residential in South Carolina. And where in New Jersey?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that.
Would you let me know?
Yeah, absolutely.
I've lived in most parts of New
Okay.
Jersey,
Yeah,
so I'd
fantastic.
be curious to.
1,800 units or so up there, I think.
I think, yeah, we mess with there, and then as far as the,
Yeah, come up, speak on him a little bit here.
what he does, but yeah, he owns, we'll say 7 or 8 parcels around here that he actively owns and looks to do stuff, smaller buildings, like I said, all around. So, I mean, yeah, he's not looking to take over and do a bunch of crazy stuff, but yeah, he's been, like you said, great to work with, and mostly a lot of shipping in general is kind of, auto salvage has a lot to do with what he started here, but
He's been a great resident of the area of Rankin. They have nothing but great things to say. So he pays taxes, which they enjoy. So, all the normal stuff you want to see about somebody in your area.
Yeah, and he's bought a few properties in Rankin. We've been working with
Yep.
Brant Herndon with the Development Authority in Rankin, and he's got two smaller buildings. One's going to be a baseball. It's called DBAT. It's a baseball kind of facility for youth sports that we're looking at. So he's not limited to just logistics or 3PL. He really has got his fingers in some few other businesses, and I think he would definitely be somebody that would be a good resource for development in Hardyville for sure.
Thank you. Council, questions, please.
On your site plan there, there's some residential and some other areas that pull up. I have to look at, it's so fuzzy on this, I'm looking.
I'm sorry. Let's see. This one?
above there. There's some residential right at the. Yeah, thanks. All right, you anticipate this to be your main entrance project here?
That's one of them, yes, sir. The other one's just
That's the
south.
one that's directly across from, there is a curb cut across there.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. There's some residential properties here.
Yes, sir.
Then up around the curve up here, there's a church up there. What's the status going to be on those? Will they still have unimpeded access to Independence Boulevard?
Yes, sir. So the ones that you were just referring to at the beginning, down in the south part of the plan, those are the tenants currently that are looking to potentially sell the property. So, that,
Are they looking to sell because their access, will they still be able to use the current access, or are they going to have to put their own access out onto 17?
no, sir. They will be able to use the current access. There's one residence that is right there off of that, but his driveway is being basically reworked during this process to maintain his current access to his
Okay,
house. Yes, sir.
okay, I was here for the meeting and I was a little bit confused.
Yes, sir.
As you went ahead with
Yeah, I
that.
wish I had a picture of it I could show you, but the current access to his driveway, Mr. Micknick actually purchased the property that's right in front of that. And so technically, the guy's driveway is kind of going across his property anyway.
That's what I was.
Yes, sir. And so what Mr. Mitnick's already told him is, look, I'll actually pave this new driveway for you if you'd like to bring in a new because right now it's just kind of a dirt driveway. Mr. Mitnick has already told him that once this new road's put in, he'd be more than happy to basically pave a new concrete or asphalt driveway for this owner to keep him access to the property. And he actually showed up to the meeting that we had on site, and we explained some of that to him, and he was very pleased to hear that.
Your second access point is further to the south than.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Access right in, right out on one and full access on the other?
Dylan, is that correct? You want to come? Yeah, come on.
That's correct. So the one to the south is a right in, right out with a decel lane. So construction of the decel lane. And then I've got to get my Hardyville lingo right. Perrysburg?
Gotcha.
All right. That's what I said. I got to get my lingo right.
Like you puree.
All right. Yeah, so Perrysburg, right? All right, Perrysburg. On that, we're doing a right turn decel on 17 into Perrysburg. And then because of the existing condition of the road, we've got to go get geotech samples and coring to most likely repave the frontage of the road in front of our site, and that's a requirement from DOT.
Pretty rough cross here. What about the church that's down on Perrysburg Road?
Yeah, I was wondering, that's a good question.
You know,
I was wondering about
where do they
that.
fit into this whole plan? I
Yeah,
mean,
good question.
you know, that church has been there a long time. There's a cemetery attached to the church. I would hate to see that disturbed to the point.
Yeah, and again, I don't think right now the current plan has impact to that church or at the cemetery. And so, for our owner, I think, again, whether it's through natural buffers or, berm or whatever, he's more than willing to adjust the site plan to make any accommodations to that church where, they feel like he's impacting it. Yes, sir.
Because it's good business to be good neighbors.
Oh, without question.
That's really what I share the concerns about. We've had a lot of discussion about the traffic impact entering and exiting Independence Boulevard there, and for even further down.
Yes,
So
sir.
that whole area is going to get busier and busier and busier. I understand that you do have future access planned for Riverport. I'd like to see that, understand that's probably going to be in one of the last phases of this development.
Yes, sir, it is.
I'd like to see it stepped up sometime.
Yes, sir.
Whatever is available for some of your businesses that are going to be in there are going to be receiving deliveries. It's natural with
Yes, sir.
your company, your coffee company, and those types of things there. That when exit 3 is completed and Riverport Parkway is there, for them to take that and stay off of 17 instead of having to come into downtown Hardyville and then going back.
Yes, sir. And I can speak to that really quickly. Mr. Mitnick has offered the owners of Riverport a significant amount of money to make the connectivity. Since it's been sold to multiple people now, all he's run into is dead ends. I mean, he's thrown out millions of dollars to be able to connect. And so Josh and I had a really good conversation about this. At some point, our owner has said, look, I've done what I can. I may need some help from Hardyville to not force the hand with this, but to give us some help here. Yes, sir, because, our owner can only do what he can do. I mean, I can tell you the amount of money he's offered them to cut in there is a significant amount of money. And to Josh's point, at some point, I think Hardyville, given the fact of what's coming with Exit 3, if there's an ability for you guys to get involved to help us, because right now, all we're running into is 8-10 attorneys saying, hey, belly up to the table, and our owner's not going to go fight 10 attorneys over it. He's just, so he has made steps. He has made a lot of effort to do it. And Josh, I don't know if you want to add any comments there on that, but we've pretty much done what we can do at this stage.
I commend him for doing that because it's a very much part of the process.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to keep heavy traffic, like trucks and stuff, put them back where they need to go, the shortest line. It just makes sense and it makes safety for the rest of the residents. So that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Sir.
Anyone else?
You had mentioned, and maybe I missed it, but you had mentioned at the beginning about some of the homeowners were in negotiations to sell.
Yes, sir.
Then Steve brought up a point, but it just seemed like they never connected. Why are they wanting to sell? Just because they can see the growth and they just want to move someplace?
Yeah.
I just missed that. It didn't
So-
click together.
So, yeah, the ones that have called up here have asked for the contact information for the engineer and the project representatives, because not so much that they had concerns with what was going on, they wanted to know how that they could profit off of that. There are some properties that have been in families for some time, but they're living in Georgia and not here, and that kind of thing. So, it's been a very different conversation on these properties than with other adjacent property owners on this.
And I'll tell you,
I had just missed the connect.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We were
it's-
talking a while ago.
that's a good, and that's a great question, because you just made me think of something. One of the guys that we met is a truck driver. He's never here. He stays on the road. He had logged 2 million miles driving, and he said that he had challenges getting a hold of the owner and through the real estate. And so he was frustrated initially because he felt like he was getting kind of pushed away, but it's because he was having trouble getting a hold of anybody. Once we were able to meet with him and give him the owner's card and talk to him, he seems to be open to selling it. So that's kind of where we left it.
Sound like y'all trying to work with the neighbors and stuff.
Without question, yes, sir. And I'm not just saying that. He is extremely focused on that at this stage. Yes, sir. Absolutely.
Balbo.
No, good explanations, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question. Actually, John asked a question about the residents' willingness to sell the properties over, which is a good thing, so you guys don't have to have a fight on your hands. But we'll see what materializes out of that. The other question I have was, who is South Carolina Port Property Development?
I'm sorry, say that again?
The South Carolina Port Property Development, is this property that you have up there, is this on the old Pinktail Golf Course?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, it is. And you can see, so this picture here, you can see that this is where it's all, this is the remnants of the actual golf course. There's a couple little ponds here that were part of the golf course. So these are actually the old cart paths. So you see all these little strips right here, those are the old cart paths that kind of came through the golf course.
So it's not tied to these properties here that's on loopnet.com where they're already advertising warehouse spacing. Is this the same thing?
So the LoopNet you're talking about is where there was some confusion at the beginning. So some people had seen on that he was selling big warehouses, right? Which, it was not the case. The total square footage is what was advertised for all the buildings. So he went, 3 weeks ago or so, and had his real estate folks adjust the site to basically show what it actually is, which is multiple small buildings and not large industrial buildings. Yes,
So
ma'am.
that information has been changed on the website?
Yes, ma'am, it sure has.
Okay,
Yep.
because I just pulled up loopnet.com and it's still showing the old information that was posted way back when. I'm still looking at it.
Okay, Jeff, do you?
Which information?
It's saying that the availability of some of these sites, some of them, they're saying, rental rates, available June 1, 2026. Some of them are saying available June 1, 2026. Some of them are saying 2027.
That's right.
That kind of stuff. So that's information is still there.
Well, I think, yes, he has obviously been in talks because he wants to know that he's got some tenants before he starts building a bunch of buildings. So he's been advertising it to try to, the people that I showed you a minute ago that he's been talking to about what size buildings they would be looking for. He's starting to have some of these discussions so that he knows what size buildings he wants to start with, right? And so he has been advertising that. I think the question before was, I think some of what was on the LoopNet was a little misleading because it made it look like he was building up to 1 million square foot building, but that's not the case. He went on and updated it to show that the buildings are smaller buildings and not these bigger, million square foot buildings, which it can't be.
Okay, so what I'm confused about is none of this, who has approved what, so you can advertise it like that? I mean, Hardyville hasn't approved anything, so.
No, I understand that.
How can he go out there and advertise that, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that without any approval?
Well, I don't know that I don't know that he's necessarily going out and selling anything right now. I think what he's doing is gauging the market to see what tenants would be interested in it, and then basically designing buildings around what contacts and what retailers would be coming. Yeah, but to say, is he out there signing leases right now? No, ma'am.
No, that's not my question. Was I'm looking at these different sites over here
Yeah.
that has been up between 12,000 to 60,000 square feet. Term is negotiable, rental rate upon request. Space use is flex, condition spec suite, available June 1, 2026. That's just one of the things that I'm seeing there, and it's a first floor, whatever it is supposed to be. So I was just curious as to how all of these properties were getting divided and advertised out here when nobody has approved anything. So I'm
Yeah, I understand that.
I'm trying to clear the confusion.
Yeah, I understand. And
He's showing, the stuff to gauge interest, and to your point, anything that says it's gonna be available by this date, that needs to be removed, because that's not, he doesn't know that's not a fact, so we can adjust that.
Because that's what confused
Yeah.
me, saying
Yeah,
it's available
understand.
on this particular date. So
Yep.
to me, in my mind, I'm thinking this has already been, it's a done deal, and none of us have said anything about it.
I think it's very similar to some of the industrial developments that we do in Savannah where, CBRE or JLL will come to, a property and say, okay, give us a schematic drawing of what we could put on this property. And they will market it. They will go out to market and say, hey, this property can house 2 a 300,000 and a 500,000 and they go out and market it, right? Well, they may find a developer that doesn't need 2 buildings, they want 1-800, right? And so they're not necessarily telling you that they're going to build that. They're just telling you what can be built to try to gauge the market. So a lot of times in these industrial developments, we don't end up building what the marketing folks market, because it's all about the demand. So I think right now his sole intention is to just gauge the market to see what types of tenants and what types of retailers would be interested in, and what square footages they need. And then based on that mix that I was showing you, he's leaving himself a lot of flexibility to try to cater these buildings to fit the tenants that he's gonna bring in. So yes, I could see it could be a little misleading, and I understand that, but we'd be more than happy to get with him and adjust the verbiage on it to whatever makes you guys comfortable, Hardyville comfortable with it, because he's already changed it once, because we got some feedback from the planning that there was someone that was concerned about, oh, what happens if he comes out here and builds a 1 million square foot building? That's what I'm seeing on the website. Well, we know that that's not his intent, so we went and changed that verbiage to try to not be misleading there. So I don't think there's any question that if we need to make some suggestions to update it again, that we'd be more than happy to do that.
We have a lot of warehouses in Hardyville. Why this one?
I think it's a different product mix. Let me just say that. We do, Omega builds, I built 12 million square feet in the last 5 years, so I understand what you're saying about a lot of warehouses. What I will tell you is this is a product mix that's much different than what you're used to driving down the interstate in these big industrial parks, okay? These are smaller retail flex spaces that aren't your typical industrial warehouse, even though they could potentially house a light industrial customer. They're not, the truck traffic is not even a tenth of probably of what you would see. These are not big tractor trailers coming and going. These are smaller service trucks, that have Culligan waters on the back of them, or, golf carts that they're delivering. And so I think that part of it, the trucking piece of it, kind of lends to it being more of a retail development.
Thank you. And if anybody at this stage can get something up by June 26th,
That's ambitious.
They don't know the permitting in the state of South Carolina.
Well, now we built 300,000 square feet for him in 6 months, so I think he's ambitious, but yeah, no, we understand. It's
We'll remove the dates. I mean, I think your biggest concern. So
Yeah.
we'll take that off of there.
I mean, it's just that it gives the air of
Right.
that it has already been approved, and this is
Yes.
what's going to happen there.
We understand that.
That's the perception that I got when I read it, that,
Right.
hey, this guy's already out there, and it's like, yeah, we've already approved it.
And I think part of the problem too is he's had this property for a few years, right? And so, him looking a couple of years ago, thinking that it would probably get approved a little bit quicker than it has, by default, he probably has started, moving a little bit quicker than he should. But no, I without question, we can help with the perception of that and get those dates removed. Yes, ma'am. No
Dates
problem
and
at all.
Something along the lines of pending approval in some capacity. We can kind of put that in there.
Yes, ma'am.
For my questions, could you put the site plan back up?
Oh, yes, sir. Sure will. This one's sufficient?
Yeah, that's good enough.
Okay.
So right here, that's that gun shop that just opened up, right?
Gun range, you mean?
It's a gun range gun shop right here.
A little bit north of that.
Okay. And Purysburg Road, how'd I do? Fair, okay.
Right on the edge.
Called P Road.
I'm on the end.
You'll talk southern. so
Okay.
Like you purate something.
Purates. Okay.
Claim the same.
Okay, so this road, I did a little site visit so I could understand what's going here. I got up to, I think, this point, and then it's like roped off. And then in getting up to there, and I think you had a picture previously, it's a very narrow, 2-lane, no-shoulder road with houses along in here. Did I describe that right? Okay. To the microphone, please. You're being recorded, and we don't, you can't deny it
I'm
later.
kind of familiar, I've looked over this thing pretty good. Where you had your cursor there is the main road that goes down to the church. You turn to your left there, come on up to the next turn left and follow that road down. That goes to the entrance to the old golf course there.
Okay.
And
So,
then
yeah,
along that road that you're coming down, there's houses to the right, there's nothing to the left. If you're going down, it'd be on, nothing's to your right and everything's on your left if you're driving towards the golf course.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
And that first house, when you come to off of, when you turned off of 17, that first house on the left, he actually, he owns, Mr. Mitnick
Yeah,
actually
yeah,
owns that
okay.
house.
Yes, sir.
All right, so
Yes.
that's that
Right
one.
in
in
there
here.
where that road T.
So down, so
right
what's in here now? I thought.
There's homes.
There's homes,
Yes, sir.
right?
The white area that you see where your cursor is, that's his residential property.
Right, that's what I said. That's what I said. That's their homes there. And this is a 2-lane, narrow, 2-lane, no shoulder. The homes are
There's just ditches.
right in here. There's a ditch in there, right? Now, I didn't go beyond that. I think I went, if the road went, I went down there, but I didn't go up this way because it had a rope across it.
I think the rope's at the end of the cul
I can show where the rope is.
Yeah,
So
so I did make the left here as far as I could
rope
go.
is right here.
Yeah.
Yep, right here.
Yeah.
Yep, you've got that shed right there, but the rope is
Okay.
right there.
So here's my major concern. The way the road is now, and with what's planned up there, and I will say I like the product. The smaller retailers, smaller business things. We have a lot of big, massive warehouses that are logistics. This is a different kind of product. It's similar to, what's it called? The Roosevelt. What's down? No, the one down.
Freedom.
Freedom.
Freedom, yes, sir.
Excuse me. That it's more like that.
Yes, sir, it is.
It's closer to that than to what the warehouse is. So, this is phase one.
Yes, sir.
So all the traffic, whatever you have up here, and I added this before, it's about 120,000 square feet.
Yes, sir.
4 different products are going to come into this narrow road coming into Speedway right there. I'm concerned about the residents in that area because this is going to be a whole lot of different kind of traffic. Some trucks,
Yeah.
medium trucks, pickups, whatever, depending on what goes in there.
Yes, sir.
And I don't think that road is adequate. That's number one. Number two, for the total project, to own, that second and third access point, I think are critical before anything's approved.
Yes, sir.
And so that leaves me, what exactly is the objection to the Riverport people of connecting?
They have felt that he would be a direct competitor of theirs.
And who is they?
Riverport. So
And is it, did you
ownership
talk
group.
to a person?
there used to be a person. Now there's about 6 or 7
Who was
people.
the a person?
I can't speak and tell you who
Because
he
there's
is,
still, now, from what I understand, the property's been sold and there's still only a person. And we're in contact them quite a bit, and I'm very curious as to what, if it's just a competitive situation.
That's what it was initially.
I'd like to know.
Yes, sir. And again, I spoke to Josh at length about this. The initial developers, because we priced the project as well, so I know who the developer were at that time. But it has changed ownership since then. And from my understanding, there are multiple entities involved with the new Riverport group. I don't know who it is. I can get that information from Mr. Mitnick, but he ran into a dead end with it. And I think the perception initially was, we're allowing our competitor to use our road. And I think that now, if they knew the type use, it should come into play. But again, I don't know what discussions they've had since the initial offers had been put out there.
Okay.
He's more than willing to entertain that question again if you guys had some play there.
I'll entertain it.
Yes, sir,
'cause,
absolutely.
Because I think without these other access points for what is a grand total of 1 million square feet, I'm concerned about having, and particularly, and I'd like to hear at first reading, Josh, from our fire and rescue team as to the serviceability, particularly with that road. And I would ask Mr. Mitnick to not only continue to talk to the people who live in there, and they're the people who want to sell
Yes,
in
sir.
that white area?
We haven't spoken to some of those people, so I don't know, I can't answer that. And I don't know exactly who has reached out to the city. I can just tell you that the discussions I had were with the folks in that first parcel, but I do know there's.
Which first parcel?
I'm sorry.
Here or here?
This one right in here, the people that live in this area here.
Okay, so that, but the ones that are going to be impacted by phase one are all in here.
Agreed, and I
okay?
think that
From
discussion
here,
should be
and
had.
there's one access point in phase one, and that's down.
So let me
through
add
this
one
road.
thing that I probably wasn't clear about, Mr. Mayor, a minute ago. Mr. Mitnick's intention is to develop this phase one, but with phase one would be this entry road put in, this connectivity, and this road put in. So our initial phase one is not just develop that north parcel of building, but is to go ahead and put the curb cut in, get both of these access points into the development in operation while we're waiting. That way he can bring tenants back there to look at the property. There will be some connectivity here to get back out to the road. So I do agree that if that was the only point that I could see that, an issue, but he's committed to going ahead and putting this main spine road in with the main utilities while we're getting phase one done so that he has access.
Excellent, I like that.
Yes,
And
sir.
also, would you please ask Mr. Mitnick if he would be willing, if in front of where the homes are and coming around here, to improve this road? And I guess what I'm saying is, make it a little wider, maybe a shoulder, to accommodate the traffic that you would anticipate from 120,000 square feet. And Dylan, you could tell them given the use, what kind of road improvements would be helpful so that, these people here, if they do decide to stay, don't have, I-95 in their front yard. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's right. So as part of the encroachment permit, we are required to upgrade the road because of the condition that you'd mentioned. And since we're going to be going through an encroaching, it's got to be brought back up to current DOT standards as well. So those type of improvements would happen. I have to look at specific design guides, but I'm sure there's requirements for shoulder sections and stuff that's not there now. Because there was shoulder, it has deteriorated, that's there now. So all that would be done through the encroachment permit, and it is a requirement from SCDOT as a part of this project.
Yeah, I think that it's so important, and we're hearing it from our residents, that especially when we have funding identified, and Mr. Mitnick is obviously willing to put the funding up front to put these roads, the infrastructure,
Yes, sir.
before the traffic starts coming down.
100%.
Okay?
As part of phase one.
That's, it's becoming more and more critical as we continue to build out that these improvements get done. And if we have some assurances, in writing on what's going to happen, when it's going to happen, then that would satisfy my concerns.
And I think, Brandon, we had the phase one that we showed in that initial submittal shows, it's all highlighted. So I think we have an exhibit that we can show you already that was submitted the first time that shows that phasing diagram and everything highlighted. That road, it can give you an illustration, but with what he's committed to doing as phase one, I can get that to you. I think we have it on Brandon's, on the other presentation that's here.
Mayor, to say one more thing too, as far as the road improvements go, because it's tied to the encroachment permit, they would have to be, those improvements have to be in place before CO. Yeah, before COs. So there couldn't be traffic. To the sites or for COs until that road improvements.
The construction traffic is still going to affect those homeowners, so
Yeah.
that's a concern.
Yeah,
Understood.
that's something to.
Right.
Understood.
So what I would add to my request, I'd like to know how many homes are in here, particularly along this road, and I would like to know, I'd like them spoken to. Let them know that there's what's going to happen and get some input. So that even if they don't show up here at the reading, I want to know what they think.
I do want to clarify, I haven't talked to every resident on Pintail Creek Drive, but I have talked to several. I'm keeping them updated via email on the meeting dates, and so far, like I said, I can't speak for every resident, but they are receiving the notices, and so far I've not heard any concerns with the development at this time, but we'll keep you updated.
Okay, and particularly these people who are going to be using the Perrysburg Road, the people in this white area, I'd like to know that they've been spoken to and any feedback that you have from them.
We put together a packet, so I have a letter, a cover letter with a copy of the proposed site map and basically an explanation that we've been handing out to the people that we have spoken to. And so when we did the dinner there, the people that I was able to talk to, we gave them a packet. So I have no problem whatsoever. Eric could actually hand deliver those if you'd like and speak to the people and do just what we did at the dinner. I got no problem doing that.
Yeah, I'd like to, Eric, I'd like to speak to them because sometimes, and look, we deal with packets this thick all the time. You hand them a packet and that goes, in the recycle bin, so, but if you talk to somebody.
That's right.
I have talked to several of the people along this road, just in my travels out there, stopped and just casually met them, shook hands with them, and kind of, asked their concerns, told them kind of what we were thinking that was coming there, and asked them what some of their concerns were. A gentleman down here on the end, I can't think of his name right offhand there, just by the old, I guess it'd be the clubhouse or cart shed there.
Down here.
You go down a road and then the other road comes around behind his house. He was just concerned that he had a nice buffer, that he wouldn't be in with the road and traffic coming through there. He's not opposed to development because he knows it possibly can come at any time because of, just how the things go. But he was just concerned about maintaining his integrity of his piece of property as far as with whatever type buffer. And me and him talked about fences and how fences get deteriorated, and natural vegetative buffers would probably be the best, whether slight berms or some landscaping. It's in a natural, I would say, agricultural, silvicultural kind of thing now. So there's a lot of understory and a lot of bigger trees as well. But all of these people through here that I spoke with were not opposed. One of the guys there, he was kind of upset because he hunts over there, which is, and he understands, and the owner himself has a good relation with him because he lets him hunt over there.
Yeah. And I think we've talked to Josh and Brandon and Katie too. I know that the Hardyville is going through and has found some different plant types, saw palmettos, some other plants that are doing very well in our environment. And a few developments here recently that have implemented them. It seems to be working pretty well for that living buffer. Again, whatever Hardyville thinks is better as far as plant materials goes, berms, I don't think there's any question whatsoever that we would be open to planting that material, building a berm with that material. I don't think there's any question there. So it's just a matter of you guys telling us, hey, we'd prefer to see these types of underbrush and these larger plants, and we'll make that happen for sure.
Yeah, and I spoke with the owner, and he's definitely wants to work with the residents that would want to remain and make them as, you know, make this transition into this as easy as possible to do whatever's possible. He's even offered, you know, one person here on the corner, like when Todd mentioned, coming across the corner of a drive, improving his drive, or even going up on 17, because this land down 17 belongs to his mother. So he, you know, coming up that way, and he offered to pave him a whole driveway all the way into his side if need be, just to make things more aesthetically pleasing to him, if that's what it takes.
Thank you, Eric.
Okay, I don't have anything else. Is there anyone from the public who would like to make a comment or ask a question regarding this development, this project?
Mayor,
Yes.
there is a comment on Facebook. It doesn't specify the property, but it's from Kathleen DeCourcy. Would you like for me to read it?
Please.
She says, this property is currently zoned rural preservation in unincorporated Jasper County and would make a natural buffer between North Point and Route 17.
We had some conversation about this at the last meeting, and I guess my only comment about that would be, I think that, you know, the site that's being developed now currently has been cleared, right? So I understand the buffer and I get that, but right now, I mean, currently you can see there's not a whole lot of vegetation that's in place on the site, and the stuff that is there, we're preserving.
I have a quick question. How much of logging is going to be done?
It's really, I could get the clearing done out there in probably a week or so.
My concern is if you have logging that needs to be done and you have a two-lane road.
Yeah.
With those logging trucks on that two-lane road, that's a safety issue as far as.
There's not a lot of, if you look at this, you see the dark gray circles that are here, okay? These are the trees and the landscaping or the buffer that's on there now. And you can see we're keeping basically all of it. So the stuff that's out here, this is all less than this tall right now. So it would just be a matter of getting a bush hog in there and just basically scratching it. The other good news is this property is already basically at grade. So it's not a large import job. So we're not going to be trucking in a bunch of dirt. Like a lot of these sites, even the ones that we're just doing right around the corner where I had to bring in 3 or 4 foot of fill with all the dump trucks running, bringing in the dirt. This site is almost at grade now. And so there will not be a lot of import material coming to the site at all.
If you would happen to find any of my golf balls that I lost, I'd love to have them back.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Love to have them back.
They probably need a dump truck for that.
Yeah, there you go.
You did mention about the grading.
John 1, Stephen 0.
Yeah, the site.
That was a good one.
But the site prep is going to be probably to a minimum for this property that you anticipate.
Yeah, yes, sir. What we would get most of the site prep done in this phase 1 with the entry roads, the main utilities, get all the tree protection up, all the tree save areas identified, and then, you know, have that road in operation so that, you know, he can start putting up some, you know, parcel signage for future development so that he could ride tenants through there and kind of show them what properties they would be looking at. And then, yes, sir, I don't see, you know, once the roadways are in, I think managing traffic construction could kind of be limited to that northern parcel, which is where most of the work will be happening.
You have numerous stormwater retention areas built into this plan.
Yes, sir.
They're all interconnected?
Yes, sir, they are.
Where is the final outflow?
Now you're going to ask me the one civil question that I don't have my PE here to explain.
Unfortunately, the civil for this project got sick and didn't want to bless us with sharing that today. So he will be at the first reading, but he's not able to be here today.
Has staff seen the?
Yeah, and off the top of my head, I don't have that answer. We do have it in our materials, though.
Okay. I'm just curious to see where all outflow of water going, because this isn't adjacent to it, but that whole area to be is a little bit sensitive area for it. So it's important to know where, because it's not just your water, it's every other
that's right.
water that is going through that area. I just hope that you can come to some great agreement, with, the homeowners throughout that area.
Yeah, I agree.
In there, and as you bring in, you are going to create dirt, mud, and everything else. We've asked the other contractors along 278, and actually everywhere in our city now, to be very conscious of mud and
Yes,
other
sir.
debris that you are going to put out on these highways, because you're not the only ones using those. Eventually, the traffic may get larger at your entrance there by the gun range. That's why I would so much prefer to see all the traffic coming in and out of one place there at Riverport.
Agreed.
So, hopefully that you can
Yeah.
you can connect with the Riverport people and make that happen. That
Yes,
would
sir.
make this project so much better for everyone.
I think Josh is committed to helping with that. I know in my discussions with Josh, again, I'm gonna have to rely heavily on some extra horsepower to do it, I think, at this stage. But I will tell you, most of our industrial developments now, we're requiring our site guys to carry street sweepers as part of their package that our site superintendents are utilizing. So we're very accustomed to keeping those exits, free of mud. And we've got, vibratory rollers that we use if it's a really muddy site. But again, what I will tell you here, because we're not really disturbing the substrate that much with this, you're not dealing with a lot of clays or bad material. We're basically just kind of going to get it cleared and grubbed. So there won't be a lot of agitation to the existing subgrade. So the mud, it's already running off pretty well as it is. And so I think we'll, just having the roadways in, it should help with that tremendously.
Josh, is this within our growth boundaries, this annexation?
Yes, sir. And while you can't see it, we've actually put up a map of the growth boundary. And so we can verify that it does lie within the bounds of the established growth boundary.
Okay.
You're right, that's a good point, but
Yeah. Definitely, okay. Okay, we have asked the public, we had no takers. Council, I think thank you very much for sharing the information about the project, and we'll see you at the next step. Thank you.
Thank you all, appreciate it.
Remember, find my golf ball.
Yes, no doubt.
Like John
Yeah.
said, dump
They
truck
don't
load.
have 10 years.
Yeah, they're the ones from Costco.
The ones that say range on them. I'm cheating.
Yeah, saved it.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay, we are now up to item number E, discussion of wetland buffer ordinance. Mr. Gruber, you want to start us off?
Yes, sir. So staff was asked to look at the town of Bluffton and the ordinance that they passed within the last year regarding protection of identified wetland buffers. And so we've put together a presentation that, one, summarizes the elements of what Bluffton put in place, as well as some additional information about other communities around the state, just for comparison purposes. And then we've identified what we think are kind of the goals of what council is trying to accomplish through what would be a proposed change to our standards, I believe within our stormwater regulations. And so we are here to present that information and then to answer any questions that you have, with the goal of gathering feedback so that we can appropriately craft the actual ordinance that you would want to see brought forward for formal consideration.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
On all our big topics, we're gonna try to top the biggest topic of all. Wetland buffers, consider similar ordinances from around jurisdictions. That's one of the things we wanted to do, determine standards that are the highest priority, and present to Planning Commission for the change they can make a recommendation to you as part of the process. Then it would have 2 readings of council. Understand when we're doing these ordinances, it will apply to new applications once it's adopted. Regional examples, Bluffton has a 50-foot wetland buffer across the board. Greenville County, 50-foot riparian buffer. Savannah, Georgia, 35-foot jurisdictional wetland buffer. Can be reduced to 25 if averaged or planted with native species. Georgetown County, up the coast from us, is 35-foot wetland buffer, and that one is pending. It is still under process. They also have a 50-foot to 100-foot river conservation area buffer. So their wetland is a little different than their river or conservation. Elements of wetland buffer ordinances, the purpose is always put in there, and it's in that you want that to explain to the general public as well as the engineering world and every developers why you want this ordinance and what you're accomplishing. Types of wetlands covered, definition, activities that are permitted or prohibited within that buffer, procedures for review, affirmative requirements, and monitoring, reporting, and enforcement. We're learning as we've gone along. We've heard maintenance of these buffers is also very important in the process. Not a scientist, but we've done the research, and so this is coming from Katie and I. The science of wetland buffers, to remove sediments, phosphorus, nitrogen, and other potential pollutants. You want water quality, and you want to buffer. Water quality benefits vary not just the size of the buffer, but also with the vegetation type, how it flows. Depending on site conditions, much of the sediment nutrient removal may occur within the first 15 to 30 feet of the buffer. And buffers over 30 feet will, of course, remove more pollutants more consistently. Approaches in defining the buffer. Some of the things we've seen in these various ordinances was whether it's fixed, non-disturbance, meaning totally preserved 100% buffer, non-disturbance buffer plus additional setbacks. That would be a lot setback or a structure setback. Regulated buffer area with minimum non-disturbance area. Matrix-based listed factors, wetland types, slopes, land use intensity. That just certainly makes it more complex. And a case-by-case buffer determination. Those are some of the different ones we've seen in the surrounding areas. We wanted to, recently we've been involved with a transportation resiliency plan that we've been asked to work with. South Carolina actually is one of the first. We're going to be the first in South Carolina, this area, our MPO, on doing this. But they have some information on this South Carolina Office of Resilience website, and it shows the runoff curves. And I want to show you the blue is, of course, good runoff. When you get down to the yellows and the greens, it's not so good. So Hardeeville is located, the green on green doesn't work so well, but the cursor does, in this area. So we have very little blue. This is the Okatee area, and then the Bluffton area. So the soils, we wanted to show you this only for the reason that the soils in our area are different. And the runoff curves are different. Same thing with the soils and the hydrologic groups. A's being the highest, D's being the lowest. And the labels on here are a little harder to see. This is the Bluffton area with a lot of green. And this is the Hardeeville area. So as you can see, we have different soils and different needs. So to go into, because we were asked to look at Bluffton, the details of Bluffton, it is in their UDO. The UDO administrator, their zoning administrator, has the authority to issue, deny, or conditionally approve these. Shall not apply to valid permits issued by the Army Corps of Engineers. So that's just showing the hierarchy of those approvals. Wetland delineation is required. It's not required for sites less than 5 acres, but there are exceptions to that rule. And a 50-foot buffer on perimeter of all wetlands. is what they're asking for.
Brenna, what's UDO?
That's their Unified Development Ordinance. It's like our MZDO.
Okay.
I
That's
ain't
just.
gonna be dumb, I just. But I was
Well,
wondering the same thing.
you knew I was dumb already, so I asked the question.
I didn't know what it was either.
I've heard it called a number of different things. I had the UDO designation in Charleston, and it had some very interesting names, but it's like our MZDO. Same concept. Continued on Bluffton's details, some activities may occur within the buffers. And this is important to know. Public pathways can happen in the buffer. Walkways providing access to fishing, recreational purposes. Stormwater management facilities, utility lines. Water-dependent development activities like docks, boat ramps are allowed in these wetland buffers. Limited removal of trees and vegetation if the UDO administrator approves. And some impervious surfaces are allowed if the UDO administrator approves. Does not apply to properties with current development agreements for Bluffton. Proposal for Hardyville's MZDO wetland buffer. We need to figure out from you the intent and approach, the width of the buffer. What exactly are you looking for? Do you want it to apply to jurisdictional wetlands or all wetlands? Is there an average? Do you want to have an average, or do you want it to be constant and fixed? If you do allow an average, is there a minimum with that in that average? Example of that is you have a overall, say a 50-foot buffer, but you can have a minimum of, it can average 50 feet, but it could have a minimum of not less than 30 feet. So it just would have to vary, or 15, or whatever that you feel is appropriate. We are located in our land development regulations in the stormwater section, just as Josh had mentioned. Administration and interpretation by staff review committee. We don't feel that one person should have that authority in Hardyville. We have that staff review committee committee with multiple members, different departments, different expertise, and we felt like that was a good place to house that review and approval. Allowed activities within the buffer, that can be debated. These utility easements we've seen in other places that they do, when you have those utility easements, it does eliminate a lot of the buffers. So, but how does that work with the rest of the site and the engineering and the necessity for utilities? Recreation replantings, are those allowed or not? Native species only, always a plus as far as we're concerned. So next steps, we wanted to get feedback from you here today. Staff will then take that input and draft and present it to the Planning Commission and the city attorney for her review, and then we will bring it forward to you. So that's what we have for you today.
Council, any comments, questions?
Yes, sir. When this first came about, I looked at this as 50 foot is a starting point for our developments. And Josh filled me in too, and you also, about the staff review committee will have the input on that. I just want to make it clear that myself, I like the 50 feet. If you're going to reduce it, you're going to have to justify it. And I think as these different projects come up, it's going to be difficult for y'all to use the same parameters. You've listed a ton of things in here that can change that. As these go on, please keep council informed on the reasonings for these change. What is it going to impede the development too much? Is it going to cut them off of too much property or anything like that? I don't necessarily agree with a hard, fast 50 feet. I think, but I also don't agree with the 25 feet average or some of those others going on there. We're doing this for the future. We're not doing it for now. We're doing it for the future as these new projects come on. We're learning from our past, I don't want to say mistakes, but from things that we didn't correct in the past. We didn't see them coming. Now they're here, we're having to deal with them. Let's not do them in the future that same way. That's all.
Brandon, what does riparian mean?
I need an engineer to help me here.
It's a fancy Latin term for water.
Thank you.
Riparian rights, who owns that?
You
Yep.
usually, yeah.
Just water rights. Yep.
My
I knew
view
Harry
is,
didn't want to know, now go ask.
thanks for asking. My view is a lot of this is sort of known technology, known procedures, known things. It doesn't call for a whole reinventing of the wheel, and a lot of it already works, what Steve said about the 50-foot. And so I'm looking for sort of the common sense approach to this, and where you have to be at 100 feet and 50 feet, but I think a lot of it's kind of known to us, it works, and we're not looking to unnecessarily reinvent the wheel here, is my view.
On that, I have a question that I think that it will help us clarify. You saw with Bluffton's, they said 5 acres, you don't have to have things delineated. They have some different things in 5 acres. I think that different size buffers on different size properties, as long as it's a consistent percentage of protection for the thing. I just want to know how council felt about if we did different size properties.
You deal,
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you know, you deal with that more than we do, and to have the volume of different types of situations, you probably need to kind of, in a way, guide us,
Okay,
and then let us, I mean.
we'll look into that.
Yeah, I think John's right, the rationale would
Yeah,
be very
that's right,
helpful.
yeah.
Sure.
I think it would be helpful for council if you also give a brief explanation of what are jurisdictional and non-jurisdictional wetlands. I know you've told us before, but perhaps a refresher course would be helpful.
For me too, sir.
And I really, Mayor, like the riparian buffer. That's not my.
We thought that would catch you.
That's your word for today. So do you have, can you give us a brief description between the two?
Yes, absolutely. I will say that at Charleston County, we had a big battle about riparian versus non-riparian. So, it's been it's been 20 years, so I'll have to reach into some bucket and find out some information for you.
We'll get you a thesaurus, John.
Talk to Kevin, huh, if you can get him.
If I can get him, yes.
If we play fast and loose with the 50-foot buffer, meaning we keep adjusting what's the point of doing it anyway?
That's where we need to put some protections in or not, and see what's the most appropriate.
Do you have a practical example of when when an administrative adjustment would be appropriate? Is there anything you can think of? I know Bluffton provides for it through their UDO administrator, but I'm just trying to think if there's an example that we can provide where something like that would come about.
Yeah.
Definitely, it would require unique circumstances for those properties, so it would be,
I'm gonna use it on
safer access.
safer access. I'm also gonna look at, differing agencies and making sure we're on par with these other agencies. I'm gonna use just a buffer, a roadway buffer, not a, wetland buffer. Royal Oaks is a prime example. We had a very large, a very substantial buffer put in there, and come to find out there was a utility easement that we could not have trees in, and they had to clear it. And it was not something, so we were able to then go back and replant around it, but that undisturbed was not possible. It had to be worked on. So that's the best one I can come up with, that there might be those unusual circumstances that you have to then not go hard and fast, but try to be more creative and flexible.
The existing PDDs, but then we have the site plan going in. Can this affect any site plan that we haven't done in some of these large PDDs?
I would have to ask the attorney.
Well, I think before we get the question on the applicability, just to go back. I think if you go back one slide, one of the things that was identified that might lead into this response is the fact that the town of Bluffton does not apply these regulations to any property that is governed by a development agreement, correct? Okay.
So what you're saying is the new proposed 50-foot cannot be applied to current PDDs? Okay.
Well, yeah.
Not
it depends-
necessarily.
Correct, because you already have that put into place, but it depends on how that language is drafted. So I mean, you can't backdate a requirement on something you've already granted rights to. But moving forward, you can regulate differently.
Everything's under PD.
That's the question that I
That's a very key question.
Yeah, I guess
Yeah.
how you word it.
I think if we go back to step one, what council has to do, and maybe it would help. Okay, what's the intent and approach? And that's the big picture that we as a council have to determine. This all came up when Bluffton did it. And the intent was to secure additional protection of our wetlands. All right, and one of your slides, it showed that the longer distance creates less of an impact, whatever, I forget the exact words. Okay, buffers over 30 feet will remove pollutants more consistently. So to me, the aim is to protect our wetlands, clear and simple. And that takes precedent over anybody's development agreement, in my estimation. And one of the reasons why I thought it was worth looking at is because as we continue to build out, you know, we have the fastest growth rate of anybody in South Carolina. We've doubled twice since I've been mayor. And so now, the more cement we put down, the more impervious surfaces, they're adding up on each other. I think we really need to take a close look and make sure that if there's something that we can add that will protect those wetlands, I think we should definitely consider it. And to me, that's the intent. That's the big picture from this council that I think, for me anyway, is why we're doing this, to protect our wetlands, period. And that, to me, to end. So since most of our development is under development agreements, I would say, okay, and again, the attorney can guide us legally, but that if there's planned development districts that have not been master planned, and, you know, that at some point, that's the point at which we should apply whatever new standards we adopt. I don't think we should penalize anybody who has something that we've approved, and we should pick a date and time, not the minute after we pass the ordinance, but pick a future point in time, because I understand people have things in progress and they've paid money for engineers, et cetera, and I wouldn't want to penalize anybody for anything we change. So I think the timing should be, if passed, should be appropriate, even if it's within a PDD, at a time that does not penalize who already has done work on it. Okay? And I guess there's any one of a number of examples represented by the people in this room as I look behind you. So I think we have to be fair, but at the same time, and that would be the approach, The intent is to protect our wetlands, and if we can do something that has a better protection capability, then, you know. Now, having said that, I have a question for you, and Katie, and perhaps Josh as well. What do you think this council should do?
Other than the repairing.
I always have repairing when I'm talking to Mr. Carroll. I do believe, I like to go with what I see out there and from around the, not just one entity, but around the area. I think that if it says that 30 feet is where most of it comes out, then I think a 35 feet is certainly more appropriate and than a 25 foot. That's my personal opinion. I do believe there needs to be some flexibility for the replantings and for making sure that we have these other easements that we can't control and the developer can't control in place. I do believe it's different for different types of wetlands. I think the marsh areas and those type of things versus the river corridors or non-jurisdictional. I think it's all very important to see what you're actually protecting. So I think that's where I think we need to do a little bit more involvement in-depth research and come up with some flexible but strong standards.
Okay, Katie, get on the hot seat
No,
here.
no. I'm going to add to what Brianna said. I'm not going to change anything that she said. But we've been studying, the Environmental Law Institute has some good guidelines that we use to put this together for you today. And part of these questions that we're asking you are, we need to know, and we kind of made an assumption you were looking at, water quality in this, but it's different if you're looking for water quality, if you're looking for habitat preservation, if you're looking for flood prevention. There are all these different approaches. So we need to know the city's priority, because while you could say all three of them, they all are different. So the outcome's going to be different based on those. And we've learned a lot in this research, but these questions come from some of that guidance that we're getting from that Environmental Law Institute as well on how to structure this type of ordinance. And we understand other places have these ordinances in effect, but we want to make sure that if we're going to do this exercise, we're doing the best that we can with it. So for Hardyville, yes.
For hard, and all three are important objectives.
Yes, they are.
So either they're not mutually exclusive. So,
I guess sometimes they might be
mutually
along
included,
there,
right?
But you're right.
Right, you know what?
Distinct.
And yeah, we do want to protect, wildlife and we want to protect the quality of water. And what's the best way to do it? And that's why I asked your opinion. Now, you've both performed admirably on the hot seat. Let me see what your boss says. Mr. Gruber, do you have any comments?
Yes, sir. So one thing that I think it's very important to get out there, and I think it's a threshold question for both us and for the public, is the applicability of any regulations that would be brought forward. That's really, I think, a very substantive issue that we need to make sure that we are all in agreement on. And so I've given the city attorney a heads up that this question was coming towards her, but we do need to, I think, as part of this discussion, agree upon how it would be applied. And so as I understand it, it could be applied to any community that has not received an approved master plan. That if you have received an approved master plan, it is essentially locked in at that point. But even if you have a development agreement but have not come in for the master plan, if we include this as part of our stormwater regulations, in the majority of our development agreements, it talks about the sites being designed to the then current best management practices and standards. And so that is why I believe that it would be applicable, but I think we need to make sure that we are all on the same page with that. And so I wanted to make sure to get that out there because I think it's going to be very informative to your discussions.
And what Josh said is exactly right. So if you have any further questions about that, I can clarify.
Okay, so you all have some additional work. This is not something we have to decide by the next meeting, so. So we want to be deliberate. We want to be, have a well-thought-out plan of action, which you always have, but it's not like we have to approve a master plan that has a deadline. We don't have a deadline. Our deadline is to get it done right. But let's not let it go. You know, let's come back, get all that you need to get back, and perhaps I would suggest if there are questions of this council, do it like a survey. So what's your intent? What approach do you think, et cetera, so that each of us knows exactly the question that you need answered from us, okay? And so we, in an understandable way, okay? Now, it's time for public input. I did give to the council and to the clerk and the city manager a note from David Bennett, who, as you know, we have approved a gift of 5 acres, actually there's more, but 5 uplands, to do an affordable housing project that he's submitted to us, but because he's still applying for low-income tax credits, he has not completed that. So I just want that entered into the public record, and everybody has a copy of that. Okay. Who else? Who would like to come forward and state an opinion, a suggestion? Please state your name and your affiliation for the public record.
Yes, my name is Mike Hughes. I'm with Thompson Engineering Company. I was fairly vocal about the adoption of the Bluffton Wetland Ordinance that got passed. And to give a little context and history, I believe it was about 18 months ago, they scrambled to adopt a wetland ordinance as almost a stopgap measure. And this is coincident with about the time that the Supreme Court ruled in the Sackett versus EPA court case, where they determined there was an overreach of the federal jurisdiction of a lot of wetlands on private property. And really what it was saying was, if you have an isolated wetland that's not connected to surface-wise to another property, then that is a private property issue. That is not something the federal government should get engaged in, right? So there was a concern that there was a taking basically back of a lot of wetlands within the country. What's unique and different about South Carolina coastal counties is that back in 1977, OCRM, Ocean Coastal Resource Management, through the South Carolina Tidelands and Wetlands Act, said, we don't care if the U.S. government's taking jurisdiction over them. We are taking over jurisdiction of all wetlands within the coastal counties because we believe they're an important natural resource. So this concern, I think, nationwide that there was a taking of wetlands and an additional need for protection, I think is potentially true in other places, but within the coastal counties, there are protections in place right now that I feel are pretty robust and strong about the impacts of wetlands. And so one of the concerns, and as the town was really looking at the ordinance, their biggest concern when I spoke to them was people were impacting wetlands after the Sackett rule, saying these are wetlands that are not protected and I have the right to impact them. And so the town, as I understand, reached out to the state and said, hey guys, we're seeing these wetlands being impacted. And the state didn't have the capacity to enforce law. So they said you're going to have to self-regulate because the wetlands were protected by state law, but they were not necessarily enforced. So what the town was trying to do was put laws in place that allowed them to enforce and protect wetlands. So that was the precipice for what they were trying to do. Was residents were impacting wetlands and they needed a means to where they could have a law to enforce the restriction of not impacting wetlands. Fast forward then, there were some concerns with the language, so fast forward to about earlier this year, and a new ordinance update came out, and it was a stopgap to fix some of the language that was in that. It's my understanding the town is going to come back out in another month or two and tweak the language again. But the foundation of what they're trying to do has some concerns as to how it gets regulated. Number one, there was originally the rule that they could regulate within planned unit developments and within development agreements. The concern being wetlands and impacts and plans were all done with the understanding that there's a mitigation component to wetlands. You have to do an environmental study. You have to demonstrate if you impact a certain amount of wetlands, you mitigate and offset those impacts with benefits of preservation or restoration of wetlands and buffering. So what I would say is that the number one, the delineation of wetlands is a fairly complicated process. The state has a very, very arduous process for impacting any wetland within the coastal counties, and they do have buffers already established in place. So for me, my recommendation would be to ensure you have the ability to enforce the laws or echo the laws that are in place by the state. I have some concerns about trying to implement new laws and new codes that are counter or might contradict what the state already has in place. And if a permit is gotten, there should be some respect for, if you have a road crossing, for example, you know, you are crossing a wetland, so you're impacting it and you can't buffer it. If you have a single-family residential home or a lot that you bought with whatever restrictions were in place that were not in a wetland, now something that's on someone else's property is now causing a buffer and encroachment into your property. There's some concern with some taking of single-family residents that already exist in the town today. So there's a lot of, or I guess the city, there's a lot of dynamics in the impacts of wetlands, how you impact or set a buffer that extends beyond what that wetland is, and how it could impact a neighboring property, how it could affect road crossings, how it could affect things where you're trying to avoid wetland impacts, but it doesn't mean you can get 50 feet off of them. So I would just say as you're continuing to look at this, I think it's great to make sure you have the ability to enforce wetlands. I do worry about any more restrictions that go beyond what is a very arduous process in the coastal counties of South Carolina now for getting any sort of wetland impact or any sort of buffer relief from state regulations.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? If I could make a suggestion, I think several months ago, I forget who, but Bluffton gave a presentation to Soloco about their ordinance. And so whenever we come again, perhaps someone from Bluffton could come and give that to this council.
It's an excellent idea. Why reinvent the wheel?
Yeah, I mean, let's find out what, you know, they, in keeping what I've heard, I know particularly the mayor has had a lot of concern. They're on the May River, the New River. They're a lot more river-based than what the city of Hardeeville is. And I'm not going to say that was their motivation, but I know that's protecting their rivers is a major concern of Bluffton. And that's why probably it would be a good idea to hear from them, A, why they did it, B, you know, what are some of the particulars, and how did they grandfather it in? You know, I don't want to, as you suggest, I don't want to impose on stuff we've already approved. Or if it crosses, again, you brought up some points that, you know, have to be considered as well. Okay. Council, any other comments or questions? Any other comments or questions from the public? Seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adjourn.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Second, third, fourth.
We do have one more business, thing of business to take care of before everybody leaves.
Okay. So we have,
Still adjourn, right?
yeah, we have
Clear with Cindy.
All in favor, please say aye. Thank you all for joining us. Have a happy holiday season.